Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I heard the majority leader, but I don't think it's the case. In times past, anytime such a motion is moved, a report is generated. I however, agree with him that it's a matter that has been outstanding for a while and has to be dispensed of course, because of the implications. But I know for a fact that normally a report is taken. But Speaker, the rules, interpretation of the rules are in your hands. If it is the pleasure of the Speaker or the Chair that we should take the motion without necessarily adopting a report, I will not object to that.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, just to seek your guidance, I heard the variation of the order of business. But, Mr. Speaker, we did not take item 5, that is the correction of vote and proceedings. And I don't know whether that is also included in the variation.
I know. We'll take it. We'll take it later on. Yes, Honourable Members, is a process that is being developed because of the nature of the constitutive acts of these parliamentary networks. Before, it was done by only leadership and the Speaker. It was not even brought to the House. Later, because of the language of the acts, we decided that it be a decision of the House, not leaders and Speaker. And so it was usually submitted to the House for the House to take the decision. Going through those acts, the constitutive acts, you see that even there's a requirement for elections in some of them. Our country is not in the position to be conducting those elections. And so that has been given to the institution of parliament to always decide those who should represent the country in those parliaments, both ECOWAS and African parliaments. And so you don't actually need to have a report in writing. In moving the motion, the attention of the House could be drawn to what engagements are taking place prior to the date of the moving of the motion. And I have myself been involved in these discussions. And you know how far we've gone. And because of a stalemate, it delayed. And those parliaments are expecting our representation. And that is not forthcoming. So please, I decided that this is an urgent matter. We should take it today. And so please, you say move the motion and give a background information to members. It's not all reports that should be in writing. And what you say is the report you are presenting from leadership. And that is why it stands in the name of both the majority and the minority leader, so that you know that we followed our African tradition and culture of decision making. We always try to build consensus. That is our culture, that is our tradition. We don't usually go by what you call majority decision. So when you meet and you don't get consensus, you adjourn to continue. And when you adjourn, behind the scenes, the usual channels of communication takes place. You lobby each other. Then you call another meeting, you go and sit down and build consensus. Because winner take all will always lead to sour grapes. Somebody will always be dissatisfied. That is what we used to do as a people, as a continent. Now, everything, majority decision, you don't build consensus, you proceed. If you can't build consensus, yes, you now put it to a vote. But that is really alien. Our people have always reached over to build consensus in whatever they do. That's why even your house, the arrangement of this house is in the horseshoe. It's for us to build in consensus. It's not government and opposition. So please, you can move the motion, and whatever you say becomes a report from the leadership. The minority will also add a voice, and then we can resolve. Because in the taking the decision in this matter, it has to be in the form of a resolution. And that is why it's so captured. So may we proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move that this Honourable House adopts the report of leadership on the composition of the membership of the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we've had extensive deliberations on this matter, and the clerk has been under enormous pressure from the Pan-African Parliament to have Ghana send our delegation. I am told by some members of the delegation that indeed it is time to elect the leadership of the Parliament. And Ghana is in a position to be able to take some key positions as chair of some strategic committees of the Pan-African Parliament. But our absence is endangering our chances of being able to take the chair of these committees. And so I urge this House that we should adopt the report of leadership on the matter. Mr. Speaker, I recall that after the deliberations, we concluded on a list, and that list is made up of one Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, who is the first Deputy Speaker as leader of the delegation, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Eche Kwame Diafemepo as the Chief Whip member of the delegation, then Honorable Collins Dauda, who has always been a member of that delegation, to remain as a member of the delegation. We added Honorable Zaneto Ajiman Rollins as a member of the delegation, and for the minority side, we have Honorable Frank Ano Dompre, the minority chief whip, and we have an observer member, and that is Honorable Patrick Yao Boama as an observer. Mr. Speaker, the status of observer is something that you yourself introduced and authorized as a mechanism for resolving this long-drawn dispute about the composition of the membership. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the membership that we are proposing as leaders. It's been the subject of a lot of dispute and etc. But, you know, as the lawyers will say, litigation must come to an end at some point, and Ghana must send a delegation to the Pan-African Parliament. And so I urge colleagues to allow us to adopt this report of leaders and take the resolution so that we can have our representation at the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Yes. Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the Leader of the House and to make few comments. Indeed, this matter had lingered on for far too long. And it is the tradition of this House that we have often with ease concluded on same matter. I know the leader of the House in his other world was a delegate to the ECOWAS Parliament. Speaker, the 8th Parliament, I was fortunate to represent the Parliament of Ghana together with the Honorable senior colleague, the Honorable Collins Dauda, the Honorable Muntaka, and co. I can say without any fear of contradiction, the Honorable Collins Dauda is here. Ghana's name is a brand at the Pan-African Parliament. And I'm reliably informed that same happens at the ECOWAS. I am also reliably informed that His Excellency the President was once a delegate to the Pan-African Parliament. So we have chalked good success at the Pan-African Parliament. We have been inundated with calls as to why we have still not represented at the Pan-African Parliament. It's quite regrettable. So we are not to belabor the point. It's gratifying that we are bringing finality to the matter, and it's good for our image. And also, as the leader said, there are possibilities of Ghana being represented at leadership one way or the other, committee level. And it's something that cannot be lost on us. Speaker, I know myself and my colleague, the chief, will engage you on this same matter. And our call for it to be resolved ASAP in the collective interest of Parliament and also for the image of our country. However, as an internal matter, we raise a concern, and which has lingered on for a long time. So I want to plead, without elucidating further on, saying that we find an appropriate way to deal with this concern as was raised. And I have every confidence in you, Mr. Speaker, that you will be able to deal with this matter in respect of our colleague, the Honorable Patrick Yabuama. So without adding more, I second the motion and I urge the House to support the passage and the adoption of the consequent resolution. I thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. How many from each side of the House? One from each side of the House, then we can take and move to the next motion. Yes, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity, and also to thank you that you see through and to treat this issue as an urgent matter that must be dealt with this morning. Honourable Speaker, Ghana's role in the continent is very critical. We know Ghana's place as a pace setter for Africa's continental unity and progress. And so it's very unfortunate that it's taken us a little too long for us to send our representatives to the Pan-African Parliament. And so I'm very, very grateful to you and leadership for going past the differences to make sure that we can send a delegation. And I urge the delegation to go and represent Ghana as the blaster of Africa, as the country that led Sub-Saharan Africa to freedom and to go and really deal with critical issues that, quite frankly, has been a stumbling block, a hurdle to Africa's development. We have critical issues to deal with. Africa's energy poverty, Africa's infrastructure deficits, the issues of youth and employment cut across our continent. And so we have urgent issues to deal with, issues of health. And I believe that the delegation who is going to Pan-Africa Parliament must understand that they are representing Ghana. Politics will stop at the water's edge when they leave. They are going to carry the flag of Ghana united in the values of Ghana and represent us and make sure that we can move the vision that really drove the founding of this republic, that we can only be free when Africa is economically united. And that is the value that we should go and move. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to the motion before us. Mr. Speaker, as you rightly indicated, the Pan-African Parliament is a very important legislative arm of the African Union, or the Pan-African Parliament is the legislative arm of the African Union. Mr. Speaker, it did not only promote good governance, it also brings dialogue between countries, with its Pan-African countries, with its headquarters in South Africa. Mr. Speaker, what is happening now is an indication as to how cooperation, with your involvement, that we can always build consensus as a house. Mr. Speaker, I only appeal to you that even though the composition as the majority leader read is okay, but the last part of one member being labeled as an observer, if your good self could turn that to be a member. Mr. Speaker, the members, I have no doubt, from the first Deputy Speaker to the majority and the minority chief whip, our most experienced member of parliament now, the Honorable Collins Dowda, an 8th-time member of parliament, our able minority whip, the daughter of the former president of the republic, Dr. Zenota Ajiman-Rawlings. They will make us proud. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when a Dagomba man is mentioning some names, if you understand that it is attributed to you, you can take it. Yesterday, in Tamale part of our speeches, you were there. The former minority leader, the Minister for Education, is called Aduna because the mother couldn't call Haruna. So it is allowed. So if I can call Zenota Ajima, Mr. Speaker, probably, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Zenoto Ajiman-Rawlings. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Zenato Ajiman-Rawlings. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Deputy Minority Whip, once she is around and she is on her feet, maybe it's important I give her opportunity to teach us how to pronounce her name. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The name is Zaneto. Za, the darkness. Neto, the darkness must stop. That's my name, Zaneto. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I'll hide under the daughter of the former president of the republic. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and the majority leader, at least for adding her. She is very experienced. I was expecting to see her name as a minister or a deputy minister. But Mr. Speaker, Pan-African Parliament Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that is my expectation. But Pan-African Parliament, I know she will lift the flag of Ghana high. I know the first Deputy Speaker will lift the flag of Ghana high. I am very convinced that the very experienced, the Minority Chief Whip, he has been at Pan-African Parliament for the last 4 years when he was the Majority Chief Whip. And I'm very convinced that he and Honorable Collins Dowda, they will guide the Majority Chief Whip very well, who is now going to Pan-African Parliament the first time. And I will just advise him that when you go there, don't read too many laws. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I will proceed to put the question, since that's the position taken by the House. They say one from each side of the House. Those in favor of the adoption of the resolution number 15 on the order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The report as presented by the leadership is accordingly adopted. We'll now move to take the resolution. Yes, Majority Leader.
So, Speaker, I move that the resolution captured as item number 16 be adopted by this House. So, Speaker, the resolution captures the names of the members of the delegation from Ghana to the ECOWAS Parliament, and they include Honorable Bernard Ahiafo as leader, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Eche Kwame Diafemepo as member, Honorable Collins Dowda as member, Honorable Zaneto Ajima Rollins as member, Honorable Frank Anodompre as member, and Honorable Patrick Yabuama as observer. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Any seconder? Yes.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion move.
Motion for the adoption of resolution moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Since this is a consequential resolution based on the adoption of the report, I proceed to put the question. Those in favor of the resolution number 16 on the order paper at page 6, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution has accordingly been adopted. I'll have a few things to say after we finish with the second one, which is motion number 17 on the order paper, 17 and 18. So can we take 17 now? Yes.
So, Speaker, 17 is a procedural motion, and the Speaker, I beg to move motion captured as item 17 on the order paper. I so move.
Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second.
Motion moved and seconded. Procedural motion. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to the next item, 18 on the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, I think the constitution of our delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament has also gone along the same tortuous route that the constitution or composition of the Pan-African Parliament delegation went through. A lot of negotiations went into constituting this delegation. Mr. Speaker, the composition that is captured in the resolution is as follows. For the ECOWAS delegation, we have Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan as the leader of the delegation. Then we have Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bedzora, who has always been a member of the delegation, to remain a member. Honorable Ladi Ayamba, who has been a long-standing member of the delegation, to remain a member. Honorable Eric Affo is being added as a member. Honorable Dominic Napari is being added as a member. Mr. Speaker, it captures Honorable Alexander Kwamina Afanyo-Makin Osahin as a member. Honorable Kwame Aimedu Entry as a member. Honorable Brian Achampong as a member. And the discussion was to include Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa as an observer. Mr. Speaker, there's still an issue with this composition. And the issue stems from the fact that the ECOWAS Parliament has some very, very firm position on the membership of female members of the delegation. The delegation must have, I think, 30% of the members being women. They don't negotiate, they don't compromise on that. So there's no way you will send a delegation that does not have 30% membership made up of women, and ECOWAS Parliament will accept the delegation. And they now have the speaker being a woman, and they have the first deputy speaker being a woman. And because of the female leadership, they are very, very, very firm on the 30% representation being women. If you look at our composition, indeed, we have only one person as a woman. That is Honorable Ladi Ayamba. We clearly don't meet the requirements of ECOWAS Parliament, and they will not accept this delegation. Mr. Speaker, the position of this Parliament has always been to send the deputy leaders as members of the delegation. That has always been the tradition. The deputy leaders always go to the ECOWAS Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this side is sending Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan in his capacity as a deputy leader. Mr. Speaker, the minority side also has a deputy leader, and that deputy leader is Honorable Patricia Apiaje. Mr. Speaker, she is the deputy leader, and this House cannot deny her the opportunity to go to ECOWAS Parliament in her capacity as a deputy leader, especially when it helps this House to cure the problem of sending female representation. That is the position of this House, that the deputy leader will always go to the ECOWAS Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to moving Resolution 19 of this House, the Resolution 19, I shall move pursuant to our standing orders for the amendment of the composition of the delegation so that Honorable Alexander Kwamina Afanyo-Makin Osahini is removed and Honorable Patricia Apiaje is replaced as the member of the delegation that will be representing this Parliament at the ECOWAS Parliament. Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, this side of the House will also seek an amendment to the the last member, that is Honorable Brian Achampong, and shift Honorable Brian Achampong to the status of an observer and move Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa to take the place of Honorable Brian Achampong as the substantive member of the delegation. Mr. Speaker, this will give us three female members of the delegation, so that Ghana will have 3 female members out of the total number of 9 members that we are sending to the ECOWAS Parliament as Ghana's delegation. Mr. Speaker, with these few comments and this proposed amendment to the report of leadership, Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopts the report of leadership on the composition of the membership of the ECOWAS Parliament, subject to the amendments that I have indicated. I also move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dominic.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time in a while. In fact, I had the privilege with the current Minister for Interior to be at the Pan-African Parliament for 4 years. This is the first time in a while that leadership of Parliament are coming to us without having consensus on what to do. I will urge leadership to hold on to this motion, go back behind the scenes, resolve whatever differences you have, and bring the motion back to us. Yes. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to ECOWAS or Pan-African Parliament as ND's majority or minority. We are going as Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, just as I agree with him that ECOWAS has strong and rigid percentages for women and men, it is equally true that we have an understanding, a convention here as to the percentages based on the numbers in Parliament. If you take out Brian Achampong, whoever she wants to take out and bring somebody, this House will not meet the percentage that we have. And he knows it. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think that the leadership should not be moving motions and asking the House to take decisions that they should take and bringing it to us. I know it is the decision of the House to do, but it is not for Parliament to foist, because the majority have majority, to foist the decision of the majority on the minority about representation. Our side, at least, should be given the right to choose who will go. If our attention has been drawn to an obvious fact and leaders sit behind the scene, they should be able to resolve this matter. But you say that you come to Parliament and say that Parliament should vote for the first time, you are going to set a precedent that tomorrow you will not be able to take. Because it is possible that tomorrow you can come and bring names, and because somebody has majority, he will move the motion and remove every one of them and change for you. Just 8 years ago, this side of the House had 169 members of Parliament. 8 years ago. That is not how we exercise that majority. No, that's not how we exercise it. So I'll urge the majority leader to stand down on this motion, do negotiations on the points which you raise, which are very legitimate. And then tomorrow, or even today, they can bring an amendment to it or an addendum for Parliament to take it. We can take it today. But to be moving this on the floor, I think it is not a good thing. You'll be setting a precedence, you'll be setting confrontations, and it's not good for us. These are very good, legitimate points you have made, and I agree with you that ECOWAS will not accept a delegation that does not. It happened before, Mr. Speaker. We had to change here. We went back and came back to change. So I agree that ECOWAS will not accept a delegation that does not meet that threshold of 30% for females. In fact, we should even be trying to do more. So I accept it. But I oppose with all my strength and with the experience here, what you are trying to do is not good. And you know, deep down your heart, that what you are trying to do is not good. Please, step it down, go back behind the scenes, negotiate, and let's agree to it. It will help all of us. Secondly, as I stated, if you decide to take Brown Achampo out and leave 2 out of 9, it does not meet the threshold that we are supposed to have. In fact, for even the ECOWAS Pan-African Parliament, that you have 5, if you calculate, we are supposed to be having 1.6 persons. The moment you cross the 0.5, it should have been 2 instead of 1. But we didn't argue. It's supposed to be 1.6 people for us here. Yes, we don't have half. The moment you cross, yes, the moment you cross 0.5, then you move towards the 2 instead of coming back to 1. But we agree to you. So why are you doing what you are trying to do? Because today you think you have the numbers. It's wrong. Tomorrow we may not be here. You may not be here. I may not be here. But you have set a precedent that it will not be good for us. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you. You have over 32 years of experience in this House. That is, you were first minority leader, majority leader, came back to be majority leader. I want to urge that you prevail on the leaders to step down on this motion, consult widely, resolve the matters behind the scenes, and come back and present to us so that we go back to the ECOWAS Parliament and Pan-African Parliament with a united force. I'm urging the majority not to go on the route he's going. I'm urging you, please, don't go on that route. Step it down. We can resolve this matter today and come back and resolve this. All the people will like them. They are our friends. They are our brothers. But what you are doing is not good. And I think that you should not do that. Step it down and please, it's not about him. It's not about majority leader. Step it down and please come back. You may have the numbers, but that is the route you are going is not a good route. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, I am not prepared to open up this matter again to this debate. We have been along this for the whole of this meeting. And time is not on our side again. The decision will have to be taken today. The decision will have to be taken today. And I'm going to guide the House as to the decision to be taken. I'm very careful about the choice of words. I say I'm going to guide the House. We have gone a long way. Honorable members, please, may I have your attention? May I have your attention? Ghana is so fortunate to be the center of the world. Not only are we the center of the world, we have also led our continent in so many ways. Some have been mentioned. Please, listen, so that we can take a decision that is in the interest of the nation. We go as a delegation of the nation, not of parties. Please, we have evolved this system, but these bodies are still in transition. So we don't actually go by the exact provisions of the constitutive acts. And so the authority delegated to the House by the country is what we exercise here. If you go through the acts, you see that they even call for elections in the countries to elect the representatives. That has not been possible in our countries because, of the financial constraints and the weakness of our democratic institutions and systems. So they decided that the parliament should always take the decision. And so when you go as a delegation of the country. I've been part of the people who have fashioned out these processes. And one of the critical issues I took at that time was what one of you mentioned, getting His Excellency the President to be a member of the Pan-African Parliament. You are going to a continental platform. That is an opportunity for you to build up on your leadership, to transcend beyond Ghana to the continental and to global levels. That was the reason that I used to get His Excellency to be a member of the Pan-African Parliament, to build up for this position he's in now. So it's not something that we give to you to go and joke. And that is why throughout I've intervened. I'm now talking to the larger body because I did to the leadership. And for all this while, we've not been able to get the leadership to build consensus on it. That's why we finally decided to bring it here. I have done all I could to guide in this matter. Honorable members, it is Ghana that led the issue of education in Africa. I've been drawing your attention to these things. You don't listen. It is our son that went around the whole of Africa to propagate the importance of education. And so it's not just the fact that we were the first in sub-Saharan Africa to gain independence. Even before that, we had this opportunity to lead Africa. And so in terms of education, Ghana was always ranked number 1 in Africa. Today, we're at number 10. Zimbabwe is leading. Yes. In education. And you know, the person who led Zimbabwe up to this stage to lead was produced here by Ghana. The first president of the independent Rhodesia that became Zimbabwe was produced here in Ghana. Now we've lost that position. We are recapturing that lost glory. And you know, Ghana was referred to as the Mecca of the black race. Every black person in the world wanted to visit Ghana. We have lost that. We are trying to recapture it. So when we send you to represent us at these bodies, you represent the country Ghana, and you work as one body. We have risen up to positions there. Some of you have made very good records there. I can mention the names from both sides of the political divide. They've really made names there, and I get the reports. In fact, I convinced Honorable J.H. Mensah that we leaders should not be members of these delegations. Because we are to be here and to lead the House here, but not go to be in ECOWAS or Pan-African for years. If not, the first list that was submitted was majority, minority leaders. And I said no, I opted out. And he accepted my submissions, and we decided to use other members. Today, some of you leaders have taken up the issue, and sometimes we lose you. There are matters here, the leader is not around to lead. He's in ECOWAS or he's in Pan-African Parliament. Please. Leadership is about sacrifice. For all these months, I have tried to mediate in this matter, and we can't get solution. I've been prevailed upon by some of the leaders here that we should use the formula of the composition of this House in the composition of all bodies of this House. And I said that is wrong. We cannot do that. We are not only governed by laws in Ghana, we are also governed by laws that are continental and global. And so, please, the guidance I want to give again in this matter. You have done the ECOWAS. There are a lot of things that come to me, and I take decisions sometimes on your behalf. Depending on the nature of the subject matter, I usually sometimes make it the same number. And you recall my earlier ruling here that when we listen to the right, we have to listen to the left. We did not use the formula in this to say that, oh, 2 people or 3 must speak here, then 1 to the left. That is not democracy. Your constitution itself was built under the assumption of a majoritarian government. Is that what we've been experiencing? No. Ghanaians don't agree. They build that there must be a balance. And so you realize that some provisions in the Constitution are crafted in such a way that they are looking for a majority rule, while some provisions have opened up even to independent presidents. And so if the person is an independent president, he has no party, where is the majority coming from? But he has to rule. And so we have to balance these things. The ECOWAS one, I advised that in view of what was happening, because in ECOWAS, I should start with Pan-African. In the Pan-African, we have only 5. Only 5. And you have the issue of the gender. And so we debated it, and I advised that we should add 1 to make it 6. Then this issue about the formula came in, and it was a struggle until I advised that we all know Honorable Patrick Yabuama. He's a very good member of parliament. He should be given the opportunity. We negotiated until we agreed, from what I understood from the discussions, that he should be there as observer. On the other side, the discussion came to the extent that we agreed that Millicent should be the observer. But we also, looking at the precedent and the rules in ECOWAS, accepted that the deputy minority leader should be a member of our delegation to ECOWAS, not the minority leader. Please, this is the understanding. And for me, I think that is the fair way for us to chat and be still respected in these bodies. It's not only the members. always Pan-African Parliament and ECOWAS Parliament will write to me to second our staff to work in those parliaments, and our staff are always working there. As of now, you all know the Pan-African Parliament clerk was here as our marshal, and we trained him. They asked for his hand. He went there. They decided to take him on. They gave him contract. Now he's what? The Secretary General clerk to that Pan-African Parliament. And they rely on our staff always for guidance, for support. So why should they now be having problems in Ghana's representation? It's an anticlimax. So please, we are taking the decision today. The first decision has been taken. The second decision I propose is a matter that we have to maintain. She is my daughter, but these are not personal matters. She has to be the observer. Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa and Honorable Patricia Appiah will have to replace Honorable Alexander Kwamena Afenyo-Markin Osahene. That is the practice, and that practice is good practice. It ain't broken, so we can mend it. Please, this is how we can build consensus in this matter. We are not going back to be negotiating things again. We have to take a decision. I will listen to you. I will listen to you. Don't worry. I will listen to the minority chief whip who seconded. He has the opportunity to come back. There's something he may want to draw out. Yes, so let him, give him the opportunity. Then after that, I'll listen to the Minister for Interior, who has also been with me for a long time and has been a member of the bodies we are talking about. So I'll allow the minority chief whip before I come to the majority. Please, please.
Speaker, let me thank you. I tried to catch your attention because we stand in breach of Order 105. And so the motion was moved and my senior colleague was making deductions and contribution. And hence, so we need to come under 105 and get the motion seconded before it could be considered by the House. So
I totally agree with you. But when he stood up, the impression I got was he was going to make the comments and second, but he didn't second. And so you now have the opportunity to do so.
I rise to second the motion moved, and with your leave, make some views and contributions. So I am particularly saddened by the turn of events because Honorable Abuja is not here, the road minister, but I see Honorable Boa in the 8th Parliament, arguably the most difficult parliament in terms of numbers in our body politics as a country. But we worked together. Honorable Muntaka is here, Minister. We worked together. In tense moments, we were able to navigate. You were then the Speaker, and graciously you are the Speaker for this Parliament. So you have a hindsight benefit of all that have happened. I'm sad by how things have happened, and particularly between the two leaders. With respect, I am a whip. Speaker, I am not a leader. I am leadership, but I am just a whip. These are the two arrow figures. Speaker, I am third in command. These two people, they have to work together. That's with respect, and with respect to majority, they have to work together. From where I sit, the last time at conclave, I was drawing the clerks, the chief administrator's attention that they should engage the speaker. And the speaker is very good at these matters. We can bridge the gaps. You see, it is giving up on the institution parliament. We can do our politics on the floor, yes, but there should be some lines that we shouldn't cross. We shouldn't cross some lines. Why should we be composing delegation on the floor? And it happens that we have to take out the minority leader's name. It is not right. It is inappropriate. Totally inappropriate. And Speaker, I know how worried and passionate you have been about this matter. I only want to plead, as Speaker, you are the father of this institution. I want us to err on the side of caution and make a dignified retreat in these matters. And the dignified retreat should be that we should resolve this matter, Speaker, at conclave. I have confidence that, Speaker, the last opportunity given, we should be able to resolve this matter. Speaker, I plead with you. In all matters, you've always counseled us that we should give peace a chance. We should reach out. We should negotiate. We should reach out. We should build consensus. And I hear my colleagues, some say, oh, we should vote. We should vote. Please. 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 You are in the majority. There are times that your leadership has reached out to us for one reason or the other. So this vote thing, when you are saying it, be careful. One day, the gun may turn against you. So, Speaker, I'm corroborating, just to corroborate what my senior colleague, the Honorable Nitiwu, said. We can go ahead and vote, but I'm just pleading that we should engage not to expose the leaders. These are the leaders of this institution. We shouldn't unnecessarily expose them so that we can deal with this matter. And I'm confident that given the last chance, we should be able to deal with this matter once and for all. Speaker, thank you.
Please, let me listen to the Minister for Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm really very saddened by the turn of events. Mr. Speaker, when we fail to allow history to guide us, we run into the challenges that we are running now. And if we are not careful, we'll be setting precedents and even more difficulties ahead of us into the future of this parliament. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because we are privileged. Because sometimes we don't know how privileged we are to still have you in this chamber, and the like of Honorable Collins Dauda in this chamber. If I look at both sides of this house, and I see that our peers, I love Honorable Nitiwu, Honorable Erikopoku, Honorable Mama Yarga, Honorable Rashid Pelpu, Honorable Aruna Edisu, and my good self, I get worried when we take, I've mentioned Honorable Collins already, when we take interim position, and when the like of you and many of us are advising and people still take interim positions, I don't know what they want to do to the institution of parliament. Mr. Speaker, let me say, with all humility, I've had the great privilege of serving in the leadership of this house. I serve under you as Chief Whip. And I'm proud to say I'm one of the longest serving Chief Whip this country has ever produced. Meaning that having done this thing again and again and again, to have done it for over a decade, when we advise and people refuse to take it and still remain entrenched, they are not only likely to destroy themselves, but they are destroying this house. Mr. Speaker, you recollect that this composition of Pan-Africa and ECOWAS have always had the deputy leaders and the chief whips in them. I'm yet to be corrected to see a composition of ECOWAS and Pan-African Parliament that had any leader on it. Because there are a lot of other things leaders enjoy as privilege in this house that even the rest of us who serve with them in leadership don't want to talk about them for others to hear. Because it comes with some other privileges, obviously, and it's right, because they carry the weight of the rest of us. So they give in a lot others so that others could have space. That is why over the years, for 20 years, you can go and check the records of this house, no leader on both sides, whether majority or minority, has served in any ECOWAS or Pan-African Parliament. But you see, we are capitalizing on our knowledge of the ECOWAS and Pan-African Parliament to make it difficult for this house. Because in the case of ECOWAS Parliament, if a member is elected, even if his parliament doesn't send him, and he still insists he wants to be a member, the ECOWAS Parliament will support him. And we have a clear example. When a former whip in this house, our colleague opposite, decided to defy leadership. And when he went there, interestingly, the minority there today, who is taking an interim position, was the one who was disadvantaged. And I thought that if for nothing, he should learn from that. He should learn from that history. That being and taking an interim position will come and hunt you one day. But unfortunately, he's the one who is today making it difficult for the house. Because I've had privilege to talk to him, to speak to him. That you see, sometimes you will never know the opportunity that exists somewhere until you lose one. He may think that he has a lot of leverage in ECOWAS and therefore he doesn't want to lose it. But he has no idea in losing that what other things is there for him. Mr. Speaker, having given this general background, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a suggestion. Because what I know is that, yes, we can vote and change the minority leader from the list. But Mr. Speaker, as you and I know, based on the rules in ECOWAS, if he travels to Abuja, they will go and embarrass the country there, and they will still insist, depending on who the speaker is, will still say that, look, once he has not lost his seat, he will be kept. Unless we are going to do extraordinary work protocol-wise to be able to correct that. Other than that, they will take this fight to the ECOWAS chamber and go and embarrass it because it has happened before. So, Mr. Speaker, my suggestion is that, unfortunately, you are here. You've had the great privilege of serving as minority leader, as majority leader, as deputy speaker, and speaker, and speaker. Probably the only second person to have served speakership twice. You know the privileges that the leaders, I don't want to mention them here. But Mr. Speaker, this House, if it becomes necessary, we may have to vote and support you. If the minority leader insists he wants to go to ECOWAS, he must be stripped of all the other privileges that the minority leader are supposed to do. We are talking about what we call it, IPU, we are talking about CPA, we are talking about, yeah, because you see, it is because of those privileges. It is because of those privileges that those leaders don't serve on this. And Mr. Speaker, my second plea to you, Mr. Speaker, and to our colleagues and our colleagues opposite. Mr. Speaker, my second plea to our colleagues opposite. I know how difficult this thing is, and I'm not pretending not to know how difficult it is, especially to the whip. Mr. Speaker, it is better for us to make Millicent a substantive member and take one of the others, probably Brian Achompong, as the observer No, look, you see, the sad thing is that if Honorable Patrick Boama, you see, you are a backbencher, you don't know what we are talking about. You are a backbencher, you don't know what we are talking about. Honorable Patrick Boama is an observer in Pan-African Parliament. Nobody in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, like you rightly said, would doubt the capabilities and the knowledge and the experience of Honorable Patrick Boama. So being an observer doesn't really say demean the person or make the person of less importance. But you are looking at the way you put the country. Because, Mr. Speaker, you take eight core members, and in the core members, the only substantive female is one. When you get to ECOWAS Parliament, you will be delegating the country, because out of the 8, they expect to see at least 2 substantive women. So yes, if we are able to put Honorable Patricia Preje, that will be fine. But it will be excellent if we are able to put the 3 of them as substantive members. And Mr. Speaker, there's example. I will end now very soon, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the minority whip, will recollect that in the 8th Parliament, we had instances where we have first-timers, but because of the gender balance, we were able to make the first-timers female as members whilst we dropped some senior members. So I want to urge that we try to get the minority leader to appreciate why he must be out and the deputy minority leader to replace him. But, Mr. Speaker, if we vote and he insists to go to ECOWAS Parliament, Mr. Speaker, my plea is that then you have to look at the privileges that the minority leader enjoys in this House, so that we can strip him of it, so that he can keep the ECOWAS as he may want, if we are not able to remove him even after our vote. But, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that this decision must be taken now, because all effort, even with me last month, to convince him to do this failed. And I don't think saying that we should go back into conclave will change anything. Let's take the decision now, and then let's deal with the consequences of the decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, I'm happy that the Minister for Interior has recounted some of my experiences. And I insist. We have finished with the first motion. And we agreed that in spite of all the prowess of Honorable Yabuama, he should be an observer. The same way we have to agree that my daughter, Honorable Millicent Yebua Amankwa, has to be an observer. She has to be an observer. She is the future. She is a future. She has to be mentored. She has to grow. Honorable members, please. Honorable Brian Achampong, listen to me. Honorable Brian Achampong stands as a national figure, and his membership will add some more value to our delegation in the ECOWAS Parliament. So he will be there as a member. Once the minority leader gives way to the deputy minority leader, we have the gender balance. So that issue will not rise again. The issue that is left for us to resolve is if he defies the decision of the House and goes there to see his right to stand. And I can assure you that will be no problem for me. that will be no problem for me because I have reports on everybody as you attend those lessons. I have been leader for many years. I have never accepted to a member of ECOWAS Parliament or Pan-African Parliament. For the good reason that as a leader, you must create opportunities for your followers. And I did. And many of our members here have benefited from that. The former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was one of the beneficiaries here of our leadership strategies. So is the current president, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency. So please, what we do here is not for our personal benefits, it's for that of the nation. And so I will accept the amendment and urge you to vote according to that amendment, that the composition of Ghana's delegation to the Community Parliament of ECOWAS be made of the following. Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan, leader. Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bejira, member. Honorable Ladi Ayi Ayamba, member. Honorable Eric Affle, member. Honorable Dominic Napari, member. Honorable Patricia Apieje, member. Honorable Kwame Anyimedu Entry, member. Honorable Brian Achampong, member. And Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa, observer. Please, as well advise, and I proceed to put the question. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This House has always accepted your guidance. And so, once you have guided us, we have no objection. We will abide by your guidance, and we will accept the current composition that you have presented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before I put the question, two issues. One, when matters come before this House, they are for the House to take a decision. No party decision from outside will prevail over the decision of the House. The last strong card that leaders were using was that is a party's position. I am not, as Speaker, bound by any party position. Please, if that had been the situation, we wouldn't have taken the concept that we are implementing of a Speaker not being a member of Parliament. That concept is different from the others where the Speaker is a member of Parliament. There's good reason why we took that. I'm not bound. So any party that has taken any decision somewhere, in fact, I cross-check sometimes, and it is really not true that it's the party's decision. I am doing this openly because I want everybody to hear, including the parties and Ghanaians. That's why I'm doing it. That is why the wise counsel of the former Minister for Defense, Honorable Dominic Nitiwu, that we should take it back to conclave. I declined that because I want it to go beyond this House, those outside to hear. That is why I'm put here. If I can't exert that authority, please, then Parliament will be a conduit And that's not what Parliament is meant to do. 2, honorable members, this is the last plea. If you look at our standing orders, particularly the one dealing with use of decent language and how we address each other. You know, if you have to talk about a conduct of a member, a judge, they are specified in the standing orders. You can only do it by what? A substantive motion. You get up here and attack your colleague, member, sometimes without any just cause. I was shocked when I came to hear that a leader got up on this floor and attacked a member who just got up to make a contribution. And that went without any adverse reaction from the House. Please, we don't do that. It's not even permitted by our rules. Particularly the fairer side. There's good reason why we say ladies first. Please, don't allow that to be a practice in this House. It won't help any of you, and it won't help the institution of Parliament, and it will actually destroy our democracy. Please read Order 123, Clause 7, which says the conduct of the Speaker, the Chief Justice, members and justices of the Supreme Court of Judicature shall not be raised in Parliament except upon a substantive motion. Why? Because you give the House the opportunity to take a decision. You cannot, on your own opinion or judgment, get up and attack a colleague and say things that are baseless and have nothing to do with the business on the floor. That is scandalous. Please, I read the official report. I'm not talking about your body languages and the rest, because that cannot be captured in official report. I'm not also talking about the noise, but what was captured in the official report. Please, don't let's continue that. Let's desist. And I'm listening to you because you are not whispering, you are talking to my hearing. We were all brought up well by our elders. Let's continue that way. Please. I'm proceeding to put the question. Those in favor? Yes, please. Yes.
The majority leader made a comment, and I thought I should make some observations. First of all, Speaker, we thank you highly for your wisdom and how you have helped us to navigate in these matters. I also want to assure the House that however unpalatable it may seem, we in the minority will take it in good stride, and the minority leader, Speaker, will not engage in any conduct that will bring the name of Parliament into disrepute. That we want to assure the House, and also to assure the House that we will abide by the decision of the House. I thank you.
Honorable members, I put the question. And the question is that those in favor of the motion to resolve that the following members form the delegation of Parliament to the Community Parliament of ECOWAS be approved. And they are Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan as the leader, Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bejira, member, Honorable Ladi Ayi Ayamba, member, Honorable Eric Affol, member, Honorable Dominic Napari, member, Honorable Patricia Apieje, member, Honorable Kwame Anyimedu Entry, member, Honorable Brian Achampong, member, and Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa, observer. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is therefore taken. Please, honorable members, I urge you to work together as representatives of the country, not as representatives of a party in the ECOWAS Parliament and in the Pan-African Parliament. I thank you for your cooperation and the acceptance of my guidance. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's motion 18 that we have taken. Motion 18. So we have to now pass the consequential resolution, which is motion item 19.
Honorable Member.
Yes.
We went beyond the motion, and you yourself even made amendment to the composition in your submission. So you incorporated the motion and the resolution. So after my guidance, and my guidance also went to a resolution, and the question I put is on the resolution, which has been accepted and resolved. So we can go back. We are masters of our own rules. So the resolution has been taken, and then we'll proceed on to the other business. I will urge us to now go back. Sorry?
So what I understand, Mr. Speaker, to be saying is that the resolution is hereby incorporated in the motion that has just been taken.
Yes.
With the names specifically spelled out.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have read it again,
yes.
the names.
Yes.
Yes.
That is so. That is so, Mr. Speaker.
So it is so resolved. Honorable members, we will now go back to item 5 so that we can take correction of votes and proceedings. And the second deputy speaker will take the chair because I have to go and represent the House at another function. Honorable members, item 5 on the order paper. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Monday, 21st July. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to arrest Stop everybody. Please stop everybody. Everybody get back, please. Please. Call a lady, call a phone. Please go and stop them. Why are you sitting here and say don't go out? Mr. Speaker, yesterday we had a difficulty. We needed to take the resolution adopting, the motion adopting the report of the Health Committee on the passage of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund bill. A question of quorum was raised, and we had to adjourn last night because indeed, because of the event in Tamale, we had sent about 57 members of parliament to Tamale, and so we had challenges mobilizing the numbers. And we agreed that we are going to take that motion this morning. So, Mr. Speaker, I will plead with you, as we have the numbers now, if we can take motion number 23 so that we can adopt the report of the committee, so that we can take the Ghana Medical Trust Fund bill through a second reading. Mr. Speaker, that is my appeal to you. I'm not seeking to arrest the consideration of votes and proceedings, but if we don't take it, it will be difficult to mobilize the numbers subsequently. So I plead with you if you can take motion 23.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any difficulty, so you can put the question on motion 23.
Honorable members, item 23 on the order paper, motion that the Ghana Medical Trust Fund Bill 2025 be now read a second time. I don't know why you did not amend the word trust. Why it's still appearing. But when we go to a consideration stage, I'm sure you will take care of it. So we'll take that motion for the second reading, and then as we go on, it's the second Deputy Speaker that was presiding. He will see you continue with the discussion with you. So let's take that. Yes. The question to be put. So I'll put the question. Let me look at your numbers. Yes, you have the numbers. Honorable members, those in favor of motion 23 on the order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund Bill is taken through the second reading.
An act to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund to mobilize resources to finance and support the provision of specialized medical care for the treatment of persons with chronic diseases, to provide for the management of the fund and for related matters.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I know you want to leave, but I will still urge that we vary the order of business and move to item number 24, because there are only two clauses. There are only two clauses to be amended, but he can take the seat, but one will vary the order of business and move to item 24.
Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Speaker, the majority leader just made application to the chair for item 24 to be taken. However, I want to revert his mind. Speaker, yesterday you had given a directive that the finance minister must appear. Yes. No, he must appear. I am aware you be leaving the chamber. You be leaving the chamber for. No, I'm going to notify him. I'm putting him on notice. Speaker, we cannot compromise on the committee of the whole. It's very important. So, is it the agreement that we'll do the advertised clauses under consideration, and then we'll revert to committee of the whole? I want to get that understanding. So I want that understanding established before we proceed.
I thought we didn't say committee of the whole. We said
cross-sitting, Cross-sitting. So we didn't say committee of the whole, we said cross-sitting.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's a matter we'll take up later, but for now, can we just take item 24 on the order paper so that we can take these two clauses through consideration stage? Where is the minister?
I am not enthused by the words of the majority leader. It's a matter we can take later. No, it's important. And I had made suggestion to the House. We must establish that after the consideration of the advertised amendment, the next business, without fail, is close sitting. He should accede to that, and then we can proceed.
I am not litigating it. I said that's not a difficult matter. The minister is not too far from us. He's a member of this House. The deputy is also a member of this House. They are all here. They just stepped out because earlier on they had a matter before the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. So they were there. I ended the meeting so that they will all come back so that we can have the numbers. So that's what I'm saying. This is not an issue at all. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, can we take item 24?
Well. Leader, before we move to item 24, I think yesterday we didn't put the question. So it has just been done very well. So now we turn to page 13, item 24. Ghana Medical Trust Fund Bill 2025 at the consideration stage. Honourable members, I think we have only two advertised amendments to the bill, but we will have to go through cross by cross. So we will start from cross 1. So the table will help us through. Cross 1. Is anybody having his microphone on?
Okay.
So cross 1.
Establishment of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund.
Honourable members, there is no advertised amendment. So all those in favour that cross 1 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. And we have just gone past right. So all those against say no. Honourable members, cross 1 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 2.
Object of the fund.
Is there any proposed amendment? Cross 2. Honourable members, there's no proposed amendment.
There's no advertised amendment.
Well, all those in favour that cross 2 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Cross 2 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 3.
Sources of money for the fund.
Is there any advertised amendment? Yes, honorable member for Efia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the clause 3, which is the sources of money for the fund, we have it at A, 3A, that 20% of total money allocated to the NHIF, National Health Insurance Fund. Mr. Speaker, I think the 20% is on the high side, so I propose that the source of fund at A should be money allocated, should be 10%, not more than 10% of the total money allocated to the NHIF.
Well, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment that the 20% should be 10%. Yes, honorable member for Atlantic Achim Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to do a balancing act. At the second reading of this bill, we have discussed the sources of funding. The 20%, and we had read a report that the committee has suggested that the 20% taken from the National Health Insurance was too much. But Mr. Speaker, if we look through clause 3, this is the only substantive amount that is setting up this fund. So to take away part of it would mean that we are collapsing the thing at birth. So I would suggest, and I would say that the minister was not clear as to other sources of funding. In maintaining the 20%, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest, and I would want to amend what my brother had said, that it must be the sources of monies for the fund are A, up to 20% of total monies allocated to the National Health Insurance Fund. So that if the minister is able to consult cabinet and 20 is given, so be it. And if they have to adjust and come to 15 or 19 or 20, so be it, but not beyond the 20%. So I will propose and amend what he has said, that it must be up to 20% of the total monies allocated to the National Health Insurance Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Yes, Honorable Chairman for Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that this bill comes with a fiscal impact. And that fiscal impact gives an envelope of resources that will make this policy implementable. So if you decide to vary the sources of funding, what you are effectively saying is that they should go back and recalibrate the fiscal impact. And that will mean that you need to scale back on most of the things that you want to do. So I will appeal to my colleague that in order to assist government implement this bill properly, we need to stay with the up to 20% and not more, so that government is able to meet the target that it has set for itself and to get the people of Ghana to benefit adequately from the implementation of.
So it means you are with the counter amendment proposal of Honorable Anymedu.
Yes, please.
Very well.
Up to 20%. 20%. Okay.
Minister, can I listen to others before I come to you? Let me listen to the chairman first.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. We are talking about a disease burden on the country that currently stands around 40 to 45% of the disease burden, and a mortality that is around 40 to 45%.
And so, if we are just removing just 20% to solve a disease burden of about 40%, then it is, we all hope that this amount will be enough. So to ask that we should reduce it again is a blow below the belt. And I believe that we should stand by it and only hope that we can get some money somewhere to add to it. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
But did you listen to the proposer? He said up to 20%. So it could still be 20%, but depending on...
But it shouldn't be less than that.
Yes.
That is what I'm saying.
Mr. Speaker, with all respect, this was debated at length at the committee level. And I thought we had even crossed, this point, because this touches the core of the policy. And so with respect, I think there is absolutely nothing wrong with the rendition as it stands now. If you are not very careful and you get a finance minister who will allocate 1%, if you say up to, and 1% is allocated, he falls within the law. And so with respect, Mr. Speaker, I find absolutely nothing wrong with the rendition as it stands. And it's a policy matter.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this was the very reason why we asked for a financial impact analysis. If you are saying that given it the rendition which is being suggested by Honorable Anyimedu and my brother, Honorable Member of Parliament for Efia, then there is the risk that the Minister for Finance may exercise a discretion that will be detrimental to the fund. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that we are pursuing this bill with our eyes closed, Mr. Speaker, in pursuing something that we don't even know of. Mr. Speaker, what is the cost of this fund? Mr. Speaker, Section 100 of PFMA Act requires that we don't undertake this exercise without a clear financial direction. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing to ourselves? Mr. Speaker, we all know that the NHIA is already struggling. And you are saying that we should go for 20% of it. Mr. Speaker, where is the impact?
So, Honourable Member, what's your proposal?
Mr. Speaker, I am supporting a fear that, Mr. Speaker, we cannot rob Peter to pay Paul.
Well.
10%.
Well. Yes, Honourable Gideon Boakon. I'll come to you later. I'll come. Let me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important that as we consider this bill, we pay so much attention to the financial impact. I heard the chairman of the Finance Committee talk about the fact that there's a financial impact assessment on this bill. I haven't seen that. I'm not sure if at the committee level they have any such thing. Then he makes the case that if Parliament decides to revise the 20% to a lesser value, they would have to go back and recalibrate a financial impact assessment, which I haven't seen, or analysis which we haven't seen here. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the funding sources for this, apart from A, all the rest are quite nebulous. There isn't anything concrete that gives indication that B to E have the capacity to provide a CD to this particular, the funding of this particular project or fund. So it's important that, so if you look at it, it means government is solely going to rely on the National Health Insurance Fund. Already, Mr. Speaker, health insurance has huge problems in this country in terms of financing. If you're taking 20%, to do what? why don't you then let this be situated within the health insurance operational remit, and then we move, other than creating another name, Mahama Care, just for populist reasons. Mr. Speaker, I think we have to reduce the 20% and look for proper and tangible sources of funding. Honourable members, funding that we are seeing.
Honourable members, ranking. Okay, let me give the last to
Mr.
ranking.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with your guidance, the minority, as far as this provision is concerned, 3A, we abstain from it. Regardless of the position of my colleagues, we would want to progress by taking due notice that we don't support monies being taken from the NHIA, regardless that entire provision, 20% of total monies. Because even in itself, in the Act 852, you would have to go into the Act 852 to find out what is core and what is non-core. We have not gone in. That's why yesterday I brought Act 852 to say there are some inconsistencies and some difficulties. So until those are done, and we don't also have the clarity, Mr. Speaker, on our side, we are abstaining and we are not commenting on it because we don't support it. We are not.
Honourable members, are you saying that we shouldn't take any proposal from?
As far as the 3A is concerned, the allocation of 20% from the NHIA. So, as far as the NHIA, the 3A is concerned,
then let me put the question.
To any money being taken
then let me put the question. Honourable Afia, are you going by the ranking? Other than that, I'll put your question, or I'll go by putting the question. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not disagreeing with the ranking member. I'm just providing some further information to the House. Because if, apart from our silence, the House goes ahead to approve as is, we will be breaching Section 100 of the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I just want to read Section 100. Yes, but it should be available. Any legislation to be laid before Parliament or proposal submitted for the approval of Parliament shall, not may, shall be accompanied by a fiscal impact analysis stating the estimated effect on revenues and expenditures for the financial year in which the legislation or proposal is expected to come into effect. Mr. Speaker, there are about 2 or 3 levels of it that this House must consider, even as we stay silent. Number 1 is the original fiscal impact of this provision that we are discussing. Number 2 is the fact that when you take out 20% of total monies allocated to the National Health Insurance Fund, that fund is now depleted by 20%, which they would have already in their medium-term framework programmed for something. It is important also for this House to understand from the health insurance authorities how they are going to close that gap of 20% that you are taking out of their medium-term program. So while the ranking member says, and we agree, that we will not participate in a vote on this particular clause, we provide this information to guide the House that what you are doing is leaving a number of holes that are unplugged. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Well. So it means I take it that this side is abstaining from this particular clause. So let him put the question. Because Afia is now abandoning his proposal. Afia, are you abandoning your proposal?
Yes,
I want to hear from you. Are you abandoning your proposal?
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Aside with the position of the minority on this matter that we should not take any money from the NHIF, and so the up to 10% stands withdrawn and abandoned.
Well.
Thank you.
So, honourable members, cross 3. All those in favour that cross 3 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 3 stands part of the bill. We turn to clause 4.
Bank account of the fund.
Is there any proposed amendment, Chairman?
Right, Honourable Speaker, there is no proposed amendment to clause 4.
And the question is, all those in favour that clause 4 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 4 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Application of monies of the fund.
Is there any proposed amendment?
Right, Honourable Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
And the question is, all those in favour that clause 5 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 6, we have a proposed amendment. Chairman.
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker. There is a proposed amendment to the clause 6. And we want to further propose an amendment to that. We are suggesting that clause 6F, as it stands, should be read this way. In other words, we are divided into I and II. Yeah, sub-paragraphing. So the new rendition should read, a health professional with I, not less than 10 years experience. II, expertise in chronic disease, nominated by the minister. As so moved.
Yes, honourable members, there is a further proposed amendment by the chairman. Chairman, can you take your amendment again? I mean, I didn't get the rendition well.
Okay. The rendition is that.
See the original one and then the further amendment. For the further amendment, the original one as in the yellow paper.
Okay, the original amendment in the yellow paper was to insert with, insert expertise after with in chronic disease of. But we are bringing in a further proposal, amendment to this one, and we are now proposing that the F should be divided into I and II. So the new one now stands like this. A health professional with not less than 10 years experience, that is the I. Then the II, expertise in chronic disease, nominated by the minister.
Yes. Honourable member for Okankwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, if he's proposing a new sub-clause, then he must make it very clear to the House. From what he's saying, I don't think it makes it tidy. It's a new sub-clause that he's proposing.
Member for Asante Achem Central.
Mr. Speaker, I would want the chairman to reconsider the proposal of the amendment. I call on the chairman to look at 6.3. And I would have thought that 6.3 would have taken care of what you want to insert, because 6.3 says that the president shall, in appointing the members of the board of trustees under subsection 1, have regard to the integrity, knowledge, expertise, and experience of the persons in matters relevant to the object of the fund. So I would have thought that this would have taken care of that. The whole thing is talking about chronic diseases. The fund is to take care of chronic diseases, and in making the appointment, that must be taken into consideration. So we don't have to. I think that should be enough, and I am urging the chairman if he can withdraw the amendment if he finds favor with my proposal. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the Constitutional.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should pick the first amendment, deal with it, and then we can now come to Senior Anyimedu. So the initial amendment on the order paper has got a further amendment. And so more or less we're abandoning the initial amendment on the order paper. Now the further amendment which Chairman proposes, indeed the initial amendment convolutes the whole sentence. The essence is you want 10-year experience from a health professional, and you also want an expertise in chronic disease. But if you take the original rendition in the bill, the 10 years seem to affect both the expertise and the experience. But we want to separate the two. The 10 years should affect only the experience. You are a health professional with 10 years experience. As for expertise, it can be 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and the rest. The reason we have subdivided it into I and II. And so the new rendition will be a health professional with not less than 10 years experience. And then II, expertise in chronic diseases, nominated by the minister. Mr. Speaker, once we are done with this, then we can now look at the tray that Senator Anyimedu has mentioned. But I think that that tray does not affect 6. It's just the 3 members to be nominated. The description in 3 affects only the 3 members to be nominated by the president.
Well. So I think the rendition is clear. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me avert their mind to. I don't think we are looking for expertise in the chronic diseases, but it's in the treatment. It's in the treatment of chronic diseases. I think that's the intent. So if they can look at it.
Ranking.
Yes, with regards to expertise, those people who treat or manage, I'll use the word manage. In healthcare, we use management. So management will start from knowledge in prevention, it will be knowledge in treatment, it will be even prognosis, to tell you how it will go. So when you would confine yourself, if we use expertise, you don't need to qualify it again with whether treatment or it's just okay. It's just okay. All right.
Well. So we'll put the first proposed amendment. All those in favor? Come again? No, we are on 6. So let's finish. Is it 6? Yes. Let's hear you. Okay, so it's yours 6F?
6E.
E.
Yes.
You let's finish the F. Okay. Then. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment. Now it's a further proposed amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, any further? Yes, Honorable Vincent.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Right Honorable Speaker, please, clause 6E. I think we are giving so much power to the minister. If we are talking about a pharmaceutical industry, why don't we allow the industry themselves to present their representative rather than to leave it for the minister to also choose?
So what is your proposal?
Same applies to the health sector as well. Unless, of course, there's a different health sector apart from the Ministry of Health itself. Because if you check clause 1A, 1CI, the ministry is also representing, if you like, they are nominating someone to be nominated by the minister. And we have also repeated in its kind, as far as E is concerned, that the minister is also going to nominate another person.
So Vincent, what is your proposal?
My proposal is that for the 6E, II, we should allow the industry themselves to nominate someone, not the minister. So the rendition should be that the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, instead of the minister. And the second one, that is the I, we should also allow it to stand, or if you like, the rendition should be the health sector. So that one, they themselves can also nominate someone.
Well, yes. Honorable Professor Bayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it was discussed extensively at the committee level. If you take the pharmaceutical industry, we have different groups within the industry that if you ask one section to nominate, it's going to bring chaos. We have Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association, we have the Pharmaceutical Society, we have Government Hospital Pharmacists Association, Importers Association. So it must be somebody to the industry. Anyone within the industry can be nominated. It's the reason why we don't want to specify it and limit it to one of the groups. And it's the standard practice in the setting up of other boards. So the minister will consult widely and then nominate one person who is from the industry. Thank you.
So, Speaker, respectfully, I think it can be rotational. If there are a number of agencies under the pharmaceutical...
Honorable, that's what he said is a standard practice of most of the industries.
Mr. Speaker, it is possible that the minister can choose somebody from one agency for a 4-year term, or if like continuously by other ministers who will come. So you will find this minister choosing this person from one agency, the other minister will come and also choose another person from the same agency, leaving the others. So I'm just saying that if that is the case, let's make it rotational. I mean, that should be specified.
So then, if you like, then propose an amendment, then you put a question on it, then you move on. Come again. Then it means you are not even convinced of yourself. Yes, Honorable Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose an amendment on paragraph G.
6D.
6G. G for Ghana. A legal practitioner with not less than 10 years experience nominated by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. I don't know why we are going for duration. So are we suggesting that a legal practitioner with 10 years experience is necessarily qualified to be part of the board? I'm thinking that we need to get a legal practitioner who has expertise in health-related issues. For me, that is better than to go for a duration or a period. So I was thinking if we could amend this and make it a legal practitioner with expertise in health-related issues, nominated by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, than to go for 10 years, 20 years, and all that.
That is his proposal. Do you put in question? No, if he stands by it, you have to put in the question.
I stand by it because I feel that instead of going for duration, can't we get a legal officer? Yes. But with respect, the narration here is a legal practitioner with not less than 10 years experience nominated by the Attorney General Minister. This is global. This is generic legal practitioner. And I'm saying that we have to zero it down to a legal practitioner with expertise in that field. That is better than to say a legal practitioner. So any legal practitioner is qualified to be on the board, but it would be more appropriate if you can get a legal practitioner with expertise in health issues. I'm telling you.
Well. So, Professor Bayo, you are in the industry. Let me hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We discussed this. That legal practitioner is coming there to give legal opinion on issues that are being discussed. There are people on the board with the requisite expertise in health. So we are not looking for someone to come in and give another expertise in health. As you can see, all the members of the board are carefully selected with the relevant expertise. So he may want to reconsider his amendment so that we can proceed. Thank you.
Well. So,
Mr. Speaker, I'm not enforcing my proposed amendment. We are all seeking to make this law a better one. But I'm saying that it makes more sense. It makes more practical sense.
But Prof, he has given reason that the person from legal background is not necessarily coming to give a medical or pharmaceutical advice. It's just coming to help them with the legal implication of some of these things.
Speaker, I want to let you put a question on this proposed amendment.
Well. So all those in favor of the proposal that the legal advisor who is supposed to be for 10 years should rather be someone who has knowledge in the field of medical. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the noes have it, and the proposal is rejected. So now I'll put the entire question 6. All those in favor that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Now clause 7.
Functions of the Board of Trustees.
Is there any proposed amendment?
Right, Honourable Speaker, there's no proposed amendment.
Yes. All those in favor that clause 7 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 7 is directed to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, before I move to clause 8, kindly indulge me to acknowledge our children at the public gallery who came late. So I introduce them as Peki Same EP Primary School. I hope I pronounced the school well, the name well. Peki Same EP Primary School, Chame. And they are being led by Godwin Kwame Dobe, who is the head teacher, and the school is located in the majority chief whip's constituency, Savdai. And they are 106 in number. Honorable Majority Chief Whip, your children, your students are here, and I hope you take good care of them.
Indeed, yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll do so.
Very well. Thank you. So we turn to clause 8.
Tenure of office of members of the Board of Trustees.
Is there any proposed amendment?
Right, Honourable Speaker, there's no proposed amendment.
Well. All those in favor that clause 8? Yes, Honourable Yindam.
Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at this clause very well.
a member of the Board of Trustees shall hold office for a period of 4 years and is eligible for reappointment for another 2 years. Mr. Speaker, sorry? Another term only, that's okay. But my issue has to do with maybe a member serves on the board for 2 years and decides to resign. Then a new member is appointed to that board. But the government loses elections. What happens to that member who has just served for 2 terms? What happened to that member, Mr. Speaker? I want to find out from. Yes. Honorable Constitutional Chairman.
The Speaker is taken care of. When you become, it depends on whether you're coming from an institution or you're appointed by the president. If you are coming from an institution, the institution will nominate another person in your stead, and the person will carry for the term that is the unexpired term that is provided for in this bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, just to say that this is a very standard clause that we have here, and so I think we shouldn't belabor it.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that I just cited point 5, which looks to remedize that situation, where they say the president may, by a letter of address to a member, revoke the appointment of that member. Maybe this one cures my fear. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much. All those in favor that cross 8 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried, and that cross 8 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 9.
Meetings of members of the Board of Trustees.
Is there any proposed amendment, Chairman?
No proposed amendment, right, Honorable Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Ekwasafia, is there any amendment you want to?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Clause 9(3). The quorum at a meeting of the Board of Trustees is 7 members, including the administrator.
May you speak up a bit?
Clause 9(3). The quorum at a meeting of the Board of Trustees is 7 members, including the administrator. Mr. Speaker, when you check the membership, you can clearly see that there are about 11 or 12, 13 members on the Board of Trustees. And so, I mean, because of the practice in this House and other boards that I have seen, it would have been appropriate that the quorum will be reduced to maybe 4 or 3 or even 5. 7 is too much. I mean, considering the number of persons who are supposed to sit on it. Even in this House, 1/3 is supposed to form a quorum. So if the same 1/3 could be applied, I think that it will be...
Chairman, is there any reason for 7 members to form quorum?
Speaker, quorum generally, we will say half the membership or a little above half. And that is very standard. So 13, you will be talking about 6 or 7. So 7 is fine. It's half the membership or a little above the half.
Well, honorable members, I'll put the question. All those in favor that cross 9 stands part of the bill say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 9 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 10.
Disclosure of interest.
Yes, Chairman.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no proposed amendment.
No, members, there's no proposed amendment. The question is all those in favor that cross 10 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No, members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. And cross 10 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 11.
Establishment of committees.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No, there's no proposed amendment.
Yes, I've seen Professor Nyako up on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, I would like the chairman to explain to me the difference between paragraphs A and B, Resource Mobilization and Fundraising Committee, Finance and Investment Committee. I think they are quite similar. However, I would like to, when it's done, I would like to also propose amendment paragraph D, if it will find favor before the chairman. The chairman, if we can have monitoring and evaluation committee as part of the committees established, so that apart from the technical oversight committee, that which role is specific, if we can have a committee that can monitor and evaluate the entire activities of the trust or the board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Shiao.
Speaker, resource mobilization and fundraising, just like collections at the church or the mosque. And the next is to how you invest that collection. So there are two different things altogether.
Well, is that okay? Then the question is all those in favor. That costs 11.
I made a
Well, what's your proposed amendment?
monitoring and evaluation being part of the committee, at least to oversee the effective operation and assessment of the fund. Thank you.
Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 11. That is a monitoring and evaluation.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Be part of the. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. Honorable members, the noes have it. The proposed amendment is rejected. And that clause 11, as it stands, is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 12.
Allowances.
Yes, Chairman.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no proposed amendment.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment to clause 12. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 12 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 12 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Policy directives.
Chairman.
No proposed amendment, right, Honorable Speaker?
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment to clause 13. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 13 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 13 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Secretariat of the Fund.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No proposed amendment.
Honorable members. Yes. Honorable Member for Kwada.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose, if it will find favor before the
That's
minister.
clause 14.
Yes, please.
Well, let's hear
that
you.
If we can have the headquarters in Kumasi. Thank you. So the fund shall have a secretariat with the headquarters in Kumasi, because we cannot have most of our headquarters in Accra. We need to spread them. Yeah. So I think Kumasi will be most appropriate, Mr. Speaker. So,
honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to have the headquarters in Kumasi. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the noes have it. And the proposed amendment is turned down. And now the question is, all those in favor that clause 14 as it stands now be part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. And now members, the ayes have it. Clause 14 is directed to stand as part of the bill. Clause 15.
Appointment of administrator.
Yes, Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No proposed amendment.
Yes. Yes, honorable member for Abuakwa South.
Mr. Speaker, no job enough. New job enough.
New job enough, sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the terms of the administrator, I suggest that his term is also fixed. I suggest that his term is also fixed.
I'm not hearing you.
Fixed term.
His term?
Yes.
So what do you propose?
4 years.
Listening to you.
I propose 3 years.
Yes. 3 years. Honorable Anyadu, I saw you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would always want to urge the minister. Mr. Speaker, earlier on, when we came to the board, membership of the board, we had some very good qualifications. For instance, a medical officer of 10 years experience in communicable diseases. But when you look at the administrator, who would be the head of this funding, there is nothing, no qualification whatsoever. And I would want the minister to reconsider. I thought that what was given the specific qualification in the ones that we have discussed, we should have something even higher than what was stated for a board member. But if a board member must have qualification of 10 years experience, and a person must be an expertise in communicable disease, and an administrator who is the head of that, you leave it blank and you pick any other person to be the head. I urge the minister to reconsider this, Mr. Speaker. And I pray, Mr. Speaker, we have to enrich the bill, not yeah and no. Let us build consensus on this and get a good bill and get a good law for the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's raised a fundamental thing, and the one who's going to be the administrator, the day-to-day person, should have a bit of knowledge to handle the matter. So, Minister and the chairman of the committee, I think he has raised a fundamental. I don't know what you will say about it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think we can grant our leaders the discretion to do the right thing at any given material time. So at this point, I think that we should leave it as it stands.
No, but the House is making the bill. So we are making the law. So what is good for the country is what we are supposed
Mr.
to
Speaker,
turn out.
I agree with you. I am not saying you don't have the right to make any amendment, but my opinion and position is that as it stands now, I think that we give the appointing authority the necessary, we grant him the necessary discretion to appoint the appropriate person to head the fund. This one, the person is going to head a fund. It must not necessarily be a medical doctor or expert in the field. It's a fund management.
Well, Professor Bayo.
Mr. Speaker, to support the minister's position, the person is being appointed in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, and that will involve the Public Service Commission, and therefore they will not appoint anybody arbitrarily who is not qualified to manage such an administrative position. So I think we should let it stand as it is. Thank you.
Okay, very well. So the question is, all those in favor that clause 15, that is appointment of the administrator, stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. Clause 15 stands part of the bill. Clause 16.
Functions of the administrator.
Yes, Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No proposed amendment, right, Honourable Speaker?
Yes, Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment, and the question is, all those in favor that clause 16 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 16 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 17. Chairman.
Appointment of other staff.
Yes, Chairman. Is there any amendment proposed?
No proposed amendment.
Honourable members, all those in favor that clause 17 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried, and that clause 17 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Secretary to the Board of Trustees.
Yes, Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No proposed amendment.
Yes, and the question is, all those in favor that clause 18 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 18 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Appointment of an actuary.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No proposed amendment, right, Honourable Speaker?
Yes. Honourable members, the question is, all those in favor that clause 19 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 19 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Internal Audit Unit.
Chairman.
No proposed amendment.
Yes, honourable members, there's no proposed amendment. The question is, all those in favor that clause 20 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed clause 20 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Expenses of the fund.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No proposed amendment, right, Honourable Speaker?
Yes. Honourable Member for Asante Achim Central.
Mr. Speaker, the expenses of the fund, including salaries of employees of the fund and administrative expenses of the fund, shall be charged to the fund. Mr. Speaker, to start with, we only have 20% of monies accruing to the NH, National Health Insurance. And if salaries and allowances are going to be paid from this fund, Mr. Speaker, we must as well say that we don't have any money to start with. I will not have any proposal, but I urge upon the minister to look at this very well, because it looks like what you are trying to give birth to, we are collapsing it or strangling it at birth. And I think you need to go through this and probably come up with, discuss with the chairman, and you can come up with some proposed amendment at a second consideration, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, honourable member for Medina. Medina? Yes, the minister.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have examples of such provisions in other funds we have passed in this House. And the point is that the 20% of the national health insurance is not the only source of funding, and it will not remain static. Probably as we go along the line, there will even be the need to review the sources of funding. I think that if we leave it this way, it will allow the fund the flexibility to be able to recruit as and when possible and to be able to attract the right expertise without being restricted. So I think that it must stand as it is. Thank you.
Well. Yes. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, again, the absence of a financial impact analysis, Mr. Speaker, makes it difficult for us to see our way clear. Mr. Speaker, the only source of funding, just as the Honorable Anyimedu has stated, is the 20% from the National Health Insurance Authority Act. Mr. Speaker, in the short, the available source of funding.
Honorable
Mr.
member.
Speaker, if you may indulge me.
I'm coming. At clause 3, we saw so many sources of funding. Even though the focus has been the national health insurance,
Mr. Speaker.
But there are established other sources of funding. So when you say the only source, then I think you are misleading.
Mr. Speaker,
misleading the House.
Very respectfully, that is not misleading. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at specificity. We are looking at what is available and not speculative. The rest of the sources of funding are what we are hoping to get. That is speculation. Mr. Speaker, what is available is the 20% that we all know of. That is concrete. We are saying that, Mr. Speaker, in the short to medium term, there is no financial impact analysis of how much of this 20% will cover salaries and emoluments. We don't know how much of it will cover the recurrent administrative expenses of the fund which is being created. Mr. Speaker, there is the high propensity, the risk of what is available covering the expenses. Mr. Speaker, this makes the passage of this act, Mr. Speaker, a serious danger.
So honorable member,
so, Mr.
I think
Speaker,
you've raised this issue when we were dealing with clause 3. I think we've gone past there. If at clause 21 you have a proposed amendment to it, you can do that and the House will look at it.
Mr. Speaker,
if you want to go about the impact in the financial impact, then it means we will not move on. So whatever proposed amendment you have to clause 21, let's have it, and the House will consider it.
My proposal is that.
Yes.
My proposal is that.
Leader, let him listen to him. Honorable Kuyon, Honorable Kuyon, please don't do that. Allow me to handle that.
Mr. Speaker, just to draw the attention of the honorable member, anytime the speaker is speaking, the member is required to take his seat. But when you are on your feet, the speaker is speaking, you are still standing and waiting for him to finish so that you will banter with him. That's not the practice. When the speaker speaks, you sit, you finish. Even when you rise up again, you don't automatically respond. If he asks you a question, then you can automatically respond. But if you rise up again, unless he decides that he's giving you an indication to continue speaking, you don't speak. He may decide that he has had enough of the member and he wants another member to speak. Let's keep to these basic rules so that there can be order, the speaker can manage the House.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable, my proposal to you was, we've already dealt with the financial impact. We've raised it at cross when we were dealing with cross 3. So if you want us to have it at cross 21, just make a proposal, amendment to the existing one, then the House will look at it and we move on.
Mr. Speaker, I propose that a critical look is taken by the minister at this. That's my proposal. Proposal for the minister to relook at it.
Then probably when we finish the entire consideration, we can look at if you are going to have a second look at it. But for now, we'll move on. So question cross 21. All those in favor? Oh, you have something to say? Yes, Susu.
Mr. Speaker, I have a little proposal for amendment just for the rendition. 21.1 reads, the expenses of the fund, including salaries of employees of the fund and administrative expenses of the fund. And I think that the of the fund has repeated itself just too many times in the rendition. So my proposal is that it reads, the expenses of the fund, including the salaries of employees and administrative expenses, shall be a charge on the fund.
Well, I hope the drafters are here. Yes, let me direct the drafters take note of it and address it subsequently. So all those in favor that cross 21 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 21 stands part of the bill. Cross 22. Cross 22. Who is having his mic on, please? A champon, kindly put off the microphone. Yes. Yes, cross 22.
Exemptions.
Chairman?
No proposed amendments.
Well, honorable members, cross 22, the chairman is saying there's no proposed amendment. And the question is, all those in favor that cross 22 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Did I say the proposed amendment? Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 22 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Accounts and audit.
Chairman.
Right, Honorable Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Well, the House, honorable members, there's no proposed amendment. I'll put the question, and the question is all those in favor that clause 23 stands part of the bill, say aye. Honorable members, are you tired? You should respond. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 23 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Annual reports and other reports.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No advertised amendment.
Honorable members, there's no proposed advertised amendment from the chairman. And the question is all those in favor that clause 24 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 24 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Beneficiaries of the fund.
Yes, Chairman, I'll come to you.
No advertised amendment.
Well, Honorable Marty Yindam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I want to propose an amendment to clause 25. And I read, a person is eligible to benefit from this fund if that person is a citizen who is insured under the health insurance scheme. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ and to say that this is a special scheme that is initiated to assist. And if you look at the memorandum, paragraph 3, and I want to read, in the view of the above, the government seeks to introduce
the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as Mahama Care Initiative, as part of efforts to tackle the financial burden of chronic diseases such as cancer, kidney failure, cardiovascular diseases, strokes, and diabetes. These diseases collectively account for over 40% of all age mortality in the country. The fund aims to provide financial relief for patients and address gaps in specialized care and access to specialized care, particularly, Mr. Speaker, in the underserved regions. So I think that it should be citizen of Ghana, whether the person is under health insurance or the person is not under health insurance. If we limit it to only people who have health insurance, it means that it's not going to serve the purpose. And I will propose that the age should be is a citizen of Ghana, and then we delete who is insured under the health insurance scheme. That is my proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Chairman, I hope he has made a very good, valid point.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The policy of the NDC the policy of the government, the policy of the government of the day is in two folds. One is primary health care. It will soon come to this house, which is going to be free, and you can assess it whether you are a member of the scheme or not. But this one, Right Honorable Speaker, is based on something of the form of an insurance scheme. And so we expect that the National Health Insurance Scheme will take charge of the registration of the people, and you only apply it again. And out of it, you can assess it. In other words, from that place, you enlist the people who are qualified, so that we don't repeat.
It's okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that the proposal that was made by my colleague is apt. The explanation that the chairman gives, if we have to go by what the chairman is saying, we must as well say that we must then create a department of the National Health Insurance, and then everybody will be at peace. Because now we have the social intervention bill that is before this house, that is being considered. There are a lot of people that are vulnerable. Now, by way of policy, it came up, and the NDC government, when Excellency John Mahama mounted the presidency, he has said that everybody with these chronic diseases, dialysis and whatnot, they are catering for them. It never said that when the person is contributing to national health insurance. So I think the amendment is apt, and Chairman, I persuade you to consider it.
So, Chairman, I think if what is put here is anything to go by, it means if somebody is not a contributor to health insurance, national health insurance, that person will never be a beneficiary of it. Is that the case? Is that the case? Oh, I see. No, we have to enrich it. Yes, my brother, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I think the reasoning behind that particular provision is that a considerable amount of the fund is going to be taken from health insurance. And if we are taking that money from health insurance, we must find a means.
You're also saying the same thing.
What?
You're also saying the same thing.
No, 20%. So if we are taking it, there must be a way by which we should be replenishing the coffers of the health insurance before taking the money. They are going to spend a lot of money on you. And if you are not contributing to resolve the health insurance very well, it will not help us. That is the more reason why it is important for a beneficiary to also contribute into the health insurance.
Well, I am thinking yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, please put the question.
I should put the question. Because it appears, personally, I'm not in tune with this particular provision. That if I don't have money and I'm not contributing to health insurance, all this important scheme, I will not be a beneficiary. I don't think that's the implication. Yes, Professor Bayu, let me hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's important for us to understand. Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important for us to understand the policy rationale, behind why a person must be a citizen and a subscriber to the NHIS. Mr. Speaker, the reason is that at the barest minimum, we must understand that whilst all of us are amenable to these services that are available or this policy that government is enacting, it is important that at the barest minimum, every citizen is encouraged to subscribe to the health insurance. How do we do that, Mr. Speaker? So, for example, Mr. Speaker, there are many people, who are registered with National Health Insurance and yet do not have the capacity to take care of chronic ailment, and they are the people covered by this Mahama Cares policy. So, Mr. Speaker, at the barest minimum, if you are from clause 3, if we are allocating 20% of monies to the National Health Insurance to this policy, it stands to reason that everyone who wants to benefit from this pot would also contribute. So, Mr. Speaker, in my view, it is a really good policy. And Mr. Speaker, I think the amendment, the proposal should be allowed to stay as it is. So, Mr. Speaker, if you can put the question, be very grateful.
Well. So let him put the question. All those in favor, that cross 25 stands part of the bill, say aye. Oh, you came with an amendment. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me take the amendment first.
So, Mr. Speaker,
unless he's abandoned, I'm
not abandoned. I want to re-emphasize it.
Okay.
So my proposal is.
Let me hear your rendition.
Good. So my proposal is that a person is eligible to benefit from the fund if the person is a citizen of Ghana. Delete. It should stand just like that. Then we delete who is insured under the health insurance scheme.
So that is his proposed amendment. And the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment by Honorable Mati Yundam, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, I'll put the question again. Honorable members, I'm not clear with the voice. Allow me to put the question again. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by Honorable Marty Yindam. Say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the noes have it. And the proposed amendment is turned down. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 25 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 25 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Application for support.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No advertised amendment.
Yes. Let me go to Bekwai. Let me go to Bekwai. Honorable Ralph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I get to where?
Mr. Speaker.
I get to Tafu before I get to Bekwai. You know, if I'm going to Formina, I go through Bekwai. Yes. Let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've carefully looked at clause 26. Clause 26, clearly it is providing that a person who is eligible to benefit from the fund under Section 25 may apply to the fund through a specialist medical practitioner. The specialist medical practitioner, my emphasis on that one. And then, Mr. Speaker, when you come to 26(3), it is providing a period within which your application may be considered. It is providing for 14 days. And in my estimation, 14 days before you get to the position where the medical practitioner should put in the application for you in the first place, my assumption will be that then you are reaching the terminal point of whatever illness
honorable members.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to propose that instead of 14 days, we make it 7 days. So that if it is, my argument is this: one, the application may be coming from a medical practitioner. There will be enough evidence, enough justification to justify why you should be giving this support. So if there's all these evidence that supports your position that you are actually entitled to this or otherwise, then I do not see why you should have the luxury of 14 days before the application will be considered, within which time, Mr. Speaker, if you are not careful, the person may be already dead. And Mr. Speaker, to that end, I want to propose that clause 26(3) should be within 7 days upon receipt of the application, consider the application, so that if it will be granted, the person can be saved. And if it will not, the person can seek support elsewhere to save a soul. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, let's be clear about this. This is the bill. If anybody wants to propose any amendment by way of to enrich the bill, you first and foremost propose the bill, then you give the explanation to it. At times we will go round. Just first give the proposed amendment to whichever clause you want to give it, then you explain for all of us to hear why you are taking that decision. Yes. So is it on the same issue or on the same issue? Well, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why we've put 14 days here, it is within 14 days. In emergency situations, we anticipate a same-day decision. But some of the conditions, these are chronic illnesses. It takes time to make the decision. You require some additional information, imaging reports, histology, biopsy reports, for the board to be able to come to a decision. It's the reason why we have given that 14-day period. But for real emergencies, we expect even same day. So that's why we are saying within 14. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes. Yeah, Boama.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make my amendment.
Is it the same?
Yeah, it's linked. Yes, it's linked. Because
it's the same 3.
26 1 and 3. That's what I'm coming to. So it will eat into the 3 proposal.
Then let me put the question on, or you have abandoned it based on the explanation you gave.
The explanation is untenable simply because, Mr. Speaker, you are looking at the application coming from a specialist. So the assumption is that you have all the information to consider. So, Mr. Speaker, I will insist that you put the question.
Honorable members, we need to move on. So that is his proposal. So we'll put his amendment on board. 26. Can you give out the rendition again?
Precisely, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I propose that 26(3) should be changed to the fund shall, within 7 days after the receipt of an application under this session, A, approve the application and give notice in writing of the approval to the applicant, or B, refuse the application and give notice in writing.
It means we are just to delete 14 and insert 7. So all those in favor that cross 26 of cross 3, Honorable Ralph Opoku, is it 26(3)? Yes. All those in favor that 26(3) we should delete 14 and insert 3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. The motion is turned down. Yes. Honorable Isaac Boama.
Senior. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a difficulty with the entire application process under 26(1). So my proposal actually is to delete or remove the entire 26. My reason is this. We are talking about beneficiaries of a fund. And we have established 25, the qualification for someone to benefit. Once the person is confirmed as a citizen and suffers from a chronic disease, what is the basis of putting in an application and going through that process? Because under a normal health insurance system, where this is being borrowed from, if you go to hospital and then you come under the categories of beneficiaries for health service, whether it is malaria or what have you, once you are diagnosed and you go for the treatment, the benefit is automatic and it is billed against whoever is performing that service. Why do you want to create a fund? The fund is here. Speaker, allow me to...
Honorable members, Honorable Isaac Boama is saying clause 26 in its entirety be deleted. Is that not the case?
I have not finished my justification, Mr. Speaker. It has to go down into the hearts and minds of my colleagues on the other side. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue is that the 25 has established the qualification or eligibility of beneficiary. The introduction of a new process under 26, where you need to put in an application for a medical expert in which jurisdiction in Ghana, how many health service providers have the specialist experts that we are talking about? So for me, let the 25 stay, and even when the notice is not done, refusal and the rest, 26 3B. If the person does not work within the 14 days, what are the consequences? There's no consequence there reinstated. So my proposal, which is consistent with general health service provision in this country, is that the 26 is needless, it is frivolous, it is bellicose and vexatious. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Is it on the same? Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I support the proposal by my brother Yawama. And my justification is, Mr. Speaker, especially when we had done 25, to say that, and the proposal was moved, that the person must be a citizen, and we didn't need to go to the extent of saying that the person must be insured under the National Health Insurance Scheme. Now there is qualification that the person is insured under the National Health Insurance Scheme, and the person would still have to go through the procedure of making the application. I think that it will be neater if we do away with 26. I support the proposal.
Well. Let me listen to Professor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a comment on Honorable Boama's statement that we should expunge or remove Clause 26. Mr. Speaker, Clause 26, in terms of the application, is very important. I need to take this opportunity to explain the clause again. Mr. Speaker, here in Ghana, our health system, the referral pattern starts from a CHIPS compound. The next level is a health center. From a health center, you can go to a polyclinic, and from a polyclinic is a district hospital, and from the district hospital, you go up to the regional hospital. Mr. Speaker, for instance, if somebody has cancer in one of my CHIPS compounds in Kojokrom, that person will be diagnosed in Kojokrom and now further referred to, for instance, Efian Kwanta, which is the regional hospital. In Efian Kwanta, the doctor will have to do some tests, figure out if it's breast cancer, what stage is the breast cancer, what type of breast cancer, what kind of procedure does the patient need? Does the patient need surgery, followed by chemotherapy, followed by radiation therapy? It's all part of one treatment modality. So that is why you need a health practitioner to give you the necessary documentation, the labs, the radiology, the proper diagnosis to access the fund. So you need to apply with this information, because otherwise, how would the fund managers know that you have breast cancer stage 3 and that you are going to need surgery? How would the fund managers know that your breast cancer is actually stage 1, so you need stereotactic biopsy? So that is why you need to apply, because once you apply, we can have the necessary information to see which part of the continuum, which part of the arsenal, which part of the armamentarium do we put you into the spectrum? Which part, which section, how do we fit you into the spectrum? Because when we are talking about cancer, it's not one thing. When we are talking about high blood pressure or the complications of high blood pressure, it is not one area. When we are talking about diabetes, maybe the person has been amputated, maybe the person has had kidney failure.
Thank you, Honorable.
So it is the continuum and where we plug you. That is why, Mr. Speaker, so that is why you need that application.
Honorable Grace, thank you.
The application will be helpful to the fund managers.
Honorable Grace, thank you. Honorable Dongo, are you going to speak on the same issue?
Yes, on the same issue.
I'm just going to put the question so that we move it on. So, come.
Mr. Speaker, this is a bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that is before the House. And we are all entitled to make inputs to better the bill so that tomorrow, when it gets out there, it benefits the people. Mr. Speaker, 26 is riding at the back of 25. And if you read 26, a person who is eligible to benefit from the fund under Section 25, it has been established that the person is going to benefit under 25. You see, you are creating room for people to be disqualified. And if you look at, Mr. Speaker, if you look at 29, Mr. Speaker, although we haven't got it to 29, there is a room there
that somebody can be denied. If you look at 29, 3B, refusal of application. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the person has already been qualified under 25. So if the person is qualified under 25, why should the person apply? That is the argument, because 25 shows who benefits and who qualifies. So, Mr. Speaker, they may use their numbers. They may use their numbers to vote against it. They may do that, but at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we are not helping Ghanaians. We know when the question is put, you are going to win. But please, let's reflect. Let's reflect. Don't just use the numbers. Let's reflect. And that will help all of us. Question can be put, you can vote against it. But at the end of the day, tomorrow, I don't go, they will deny your mother. And then her application will be refused.
Thank you. Honorable members, I have no duty once the various opinions, we have to get one, and the question will have to be put so that we can get which one the majority of us stands. Now, the question is, there are 1, 2, 3 people who are saying 26 should be deleted entirely. So let him put that question. So all those in favor that clause 26 in its entirety be deleted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable member, help me to take the decision. I will put the question again. All those in favor, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. Honorable members, the noes have it. And that, let me put the question again. All those in favor that clause 26 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 26 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Services.
Clause 27.
Services.
No advertised amendment.
Honorable members, there's no advertised proposed amendment on clause 27 per the chairman. So it is before the House now. Yes, Honorable Member for Fear.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under 27 is talking about the services and how the Board of Trustees will determine and advise the Minister accordingly. Mr. Speaker, the medium or the medium of publication of that information is not determined. So I want to make a proposal under 27. When you go to 27(2), says that the fund shall provide the public with information through their official website. So I want to include their official website in respect of then A, B, C, and 3 can follow. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is proposing that we include official website, and that is his proposal. Yes, are you supporting it?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I support the proposal that we include official website, Mr. Speaker. It's not harmful, yes.
Yes, Honorable Adongo.
Mr. Speaker, as good as it is to have a website, these are operational matters. They are administrative. I don't see how we will put creating an official website in a law. Those are operational matters and they are administrative. And I'm sure they will do that automatically.
Well. Yes, Minister, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Adongo. And even better still, we can even come by LI to detail out the operationalization of the fund, and so not to specifically state it in the bill.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 27. The Board of Trustees shall determine the specialized healthcare package.
Honorable Member, I want us to finish with
No, Mr.
the
Speaker,
proposal.
I'm supporting
Is it the
that
same?
point. Yes, I'm the same point. I'm supporting the same point.
Okay.
I'm supporting the same point.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, that the Board of Trustees shall determine the specialized healthcare package available for beneficiaries in accordance with the object of the fund. The fund shall provide the public with information in respect to the specialized health packages available. Mr. Speaker, when you read 27 and then you read the memorandum, the objective of the bill is to establish a Ghana Medical Trust Fund to mobilize resources of finance and support for the provision of specialized medical care for the treatment of persons with chronic disease and to provide for the management of the fund. Mr. Speaker, the memorandum and the 27, Mr. Speaker, is a bit contradictory. It means that, and I want the chairman to explain to us, is it that when you are diagnosed of a specialized disease or cancer or something, there is a package? They are not taking care of the entire cost, but they are taking care of a package, or there are some itemized things that they will take care of, and some the fund will not cover. I want us to be clear on the 27. Then we can make progress.
Chairman.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the details of the packages and other things is a subject for regulation. What is stated here is in general terms. So let us exercise patience. As we operationalize the fund, we should be able to get the details out. But it's a subject for regulation.
Okay. But Honorable Member, I asked you initially that are you going to talk about what Honorable Boama raised, and you seem to agree with Honorable, but it appears your issue is completely different. So let me finish with Boama's one. So I hope they've explained it to you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so from the explanation by my colleague on the other side, and going to clause 45, having looked at clause 45, which is the regulations, I believe that the medium of communication can be moved to clause 45. So when we get to clause 45, the amendments can go to reflect.
Well, that's fine. Yes, Chairman, Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was just going to suggest that the honorable member is actually ahead of himself. So we should deal with the clause that we are on. And to be...
That is fine. Honorable, yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, if the clarity, I mean, the point made by the chairman, for me, Mr. Speaker, is not clear. Mr. Speaker, we are setting up a health fund that is supposed to cure or help people who have chronic disease. Mr. Speaker, then in establishing the bill, we come to put conditions that says that we are going to give packages, not fully taking care of them. And we are asking the chairman to clarify. No. So when you say package, Mr. Speaker, this when somebody is
Honorable, we need to move on. So just propose. If you want us to do away with the package,
Mr. Speaker,
just propose an amendment to it.
I am proposing that the mere diagnosis of a chronic disease qualifies the person to be taken care of fully, and there shouldn't be any package.
So look at it and give a rendition.
I'm just proposing that the 27, the services 27 be taken off, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, when we are dealing with a consideration, if you are not okay with what has been put forward, you propose your version, and if members in the House agrees with you, then your amendment is carried, and we move on.
Mr. Speaker,
so it's not just an explanation.
No, I'm not explaining. Mr. Speaker, I think that I'm clear. I'm saying that the 27 is contradictory with the memorandum and the purpose of passing this bill. So the entire 27 should be taken off. I'm clear.
Well. Honourable members, the question is, all those in favor that the entire clause 27 is deleted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the noes have it. The proposed amendment is turned down. So now the question is, all those in favor that clause 27 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 27 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Quality assurance.
Chairman, I've seen an advertised amendment.
Yes, right. Honourable Speaker, we have an advertised amendment. Subclause 1 of clause 28, paragraph B, line 1, after provide, insert specialist. And so the new rendition will be 28 1B, license to provide specialist medical services by the relevant regulatory body in the country. And so submit.
So, honourable members, the chairman is proposing that 28B, after provide, we should insert specialist. Yes. So, and he has read the rendition to us. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 28 is carried. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 28 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 28 as amended stands part of the bill. I hope you are not tired, because the response are not coming. Clause 29.
Enlistment of service providers.
Right, yes. Honourable Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, all those in favor that clause 29 stands part of the bill, say aye. So if you are not responding, then I should conclude that you are tied. Because if I'm sitting here and I'm talking and you are not responding, then it means you are tied. And I'll put the question again. All those in favor that clause 29 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. And all members, the ayes have it. Clause 29 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Variation and suspension and revocation of enlistment.
Yes. All those in favor that clause 30 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 30 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Medicines list, medicines tariff.
Yes, Chairman, is there any proposed amendment, clause 31?
No amendment.
What's it?
Right, Honourable Speaker, clause 31, there's no advertised amendment.
Well, honourable members, there's no advertised proposed amendment to clause 31. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 31 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable member, it's obvious. Cross the ayes have it. And cross 31 is directed to stand part of the bill. Cross 32.
Service list and service type.
No advertised amendment.
Yes, Chairman, is there any proposed amendment to cross 32?
No advertised amendment.
Very well.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, there's no advertised amendment to clause 32. All those in favor that clause 32 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 32 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Submission of claims by service provider.
No advertised amendment, right, Honorable Speaker?
Well. Honorable members, there is no advertised amendment to clause 33. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 33 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 33 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Vetting of claim by fund.
Yes.
No advertised amendment.
Well, honorable members, there's no advertised amendment to clause 34. All those in favor that clause 34 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 34 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
Payment to enlisted service provider.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
Yes, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Isaac Boama.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's my member, that's my friend from Western Region. Honorable Minister, the Ifia clinic is not doing well, so maybe after this you help me fix it.
Honorable member, will you address me?
Thank you very much, right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 35(3), it states that the fund shall not pay, and it's under payment to enlisted service providers. It states that the fund shall not pay less than the face value of a claim submitted to the fund by an enlisted service provider where 6 months have lapsed since the receipt of the claim by the fund. This particular rendition is vague in terms of exactly what is expected to be the position of payment. If it should be paid with interest, it should be stated so that whoever is responsible in the implementation of this particular clause is guided. And so, I want to propose under 35(3) that the fund shall pay the face value with interest of a claim submitted to the YR. But to the fund by an enlisted service provider where 6 months have lapsed since the receipt of the claim by the fund. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you. Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by Honorable Isaac Boama, member for FIA. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against of the proposed amendment say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. And the proposed amendment is turned down. Honorable members.
We are working, we are losing energy.
Who is having his mic on, please?
It's on.
Yes.
Speaker, my colleagues, anytime you put the question, they shout loudest, no. Even where we are making very feasible and good suggestions, they shout, no. I just want to remind them that Ghanaians are watching you. Ghanaians are watching you. You are rejecting all the good suggestions from our side. Just because all the good suggestions, once it's coming from our side, they will shout no and reject it. We live to see.
Well, honorable members, all those in favor that clause 35 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 35 is directed to stand part of the bill. We turn to clause 36. Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
Payment mechanisms for enlisted service providers.
Yes, Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
Yes, honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 36. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 36 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 36 stands part of the bill. Clause 37.
Appointment of third-party administrators.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No advertised amendment.
Yes, honorable members, there's no advertised proposed amendment to clause 37. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 37 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 37 stands part of the bill. We turn to clause 38.
Qualification as third-party administrator.
Yes, Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
Yes, honorable members, there's no advertised amendment to clause 38. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 38 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 38 stands part of the bill. Clause 39.
Application for registration as third-party administrator.
Yes. Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No advertised amendment, right, Honorable Speaker?
Well, honorable members, clause 39. All those in favor that clause 39 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 39 is directed to stand part of the bill. We move to clause 40.
Consideration of application for registration as third-party administrator.
Honorable members, Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No proposed amendment, right, Honorable Speaker?
Honorable members, the question is, all those in favor that clause 40 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 40 stands part of the bill. Clause 41.
Suspension and revocation of registration of third-party administrator.
Yes, Chairman.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
Honorable members, the question is, all those in favor that clause 41 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 41 stands part of the bill. We turn to clause 42.
Appeal.
Yes. Chairman, is there any proposed amendment to appeals on clause 42?
No advertised amendment.
Yes. Honorable members. Yes. Honorable member for Bekwai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 2, I want to propose that the word 60 days be deleted, and instead we make it 30 days so that it will create a very convenient avenue for administration. Because 60 days, Mr. Speaker, is
specifically which paragraph?
I'm talking about paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 42, 1, paragraph 5. That's C. But, Mr. Speaker, if you are not serious and you won't bring your appeal within 30 days, I do not see why we should allow you a whole 60 days to, as it is, bring an appeal.
So instead of 30 days, you are suggesting 60?
No, instead of 60 days, I am suggesting 30, because clearly the minister shall also within 30 days deal with your appeal. So you shouldn't have more than 30 days within which you take a decision, Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of at least it will expedite or it will help in the administration processes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the honorable member for Bekwai is putting an amendment that we should delete 60 and insert 30. We should delete 60 and insert 30. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. The proposed amendment is rejected. And the question is, all those in favor that Clause 42 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 42 stands part of the bill. Clause 43.
Redress in courts.
Right, Honorable Speaker. There's no amendment proposed.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment to Clause 43. All those in favor that Clause 43 stands part of the bill say aye.
Speaker, in 40...
Majority Leader, Majority Chief, I haven't called you.
Oh, Speaker. Speaker, I'm trying to catch your attention and your eye.
Okay, speak now.
Speaker, for the sake of consistency, under 42, we enlarge time for an aggrieved person to 60 days within which to appeal. Now, in 43, if an entity is aggrieved by the appeal decision or the appellate decision in 42, we are limiting that to 30 days. And I think that for the sake of consistency, if we can make, oh, please, oh.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I have already put the question. Honorable members, I have already put the question, so we move on. So 43, and there's no advertised amendment to 43.
So, Speaker,
and the question is, all those in favor that Clause 43 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 43 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Data privacy and security.
Clause 44. Clause 44.
Data privacy and security.
There's no advertised amendment.
Yes, there's no advertised amendment. Yes, honorable member for Sora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am not standing on to propose any amendment, but it's something I have observed and I want to put across. This is the first time, Mr. Speaker, I have been here 7th Parliament, 8th Parliament. I never saw this kind of disagreement and partisanship in making laws. Maybe the way we carry ourselves when we are putting our issues across, that is what is bringing this. We are making a law that will stay for the people of Ghana. And so for me, I would suggest that, Mr. Speaker, just like I was saying, Mr. Speaker, just like I was saying, it's probably because of the way we carry ourselves when we are bringing out our issues. So, Mr. Speaker, well, Mr. Speaker, thank you, but I think you should guide us. Mr. Speaker, I think you should guide us. We should not let it look like we are playing politics with everything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, we've taken your wise counseling, and I think Honorable Andrew, Honorable Member, I think that has been the mode, because there have been a lot of amendment suggestions, but the vote has always gone against new amendments. So probably we'll look at it again.
Mr. Speaker, I pray thee. Mr. Speaker, you realize that you directed the maize to be tilted. And that is why we don't have to be very strict at this moment. Mr. Speaker, a proposal was made. Another member and a senior member sees some point or some sense in the proposal that was made. Mr. Speaker, even though the question had been put and we had taken a decision on that, because the maize is tilted, Mr. Speaker, I pray thee, you can always relax the rules in order that we can enrich the bill. Because maybe at the time we'll be doing an opportunity will come for second consideration, maybe the proposer or the person that supports it will not be here. But there are a lot of things, Mr. Speaker, that had gone down the carpet. And I think it doesn't help. If you go that way, we are in trouble as a nation. Thank you.
Well, I personally share that view. But whatever it is, parliamentary democracy deals with majority. So if there's a proposed amendment and the majority is saying no, I cannot say anything otherwise. So as much as some of the amendments for me are germane, if the majority are saying no, you cannot say anything otherwise. So we'll move on, but we'll take the advice on board. Yes.
Yeah, Minister.
I'm not a minister.
So sorry, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make a point that this bill has been discussed extensively at the committee level. Positions.
Honorable members, honorable member, the mere fact the bill has been discussed at the committee level, it doesn't mean that the House cannot take a close look at that one is. Honorable members, let's turn to clause 44. Clause 44. Clause 44.
No advertised amendment.
Honorable members, there's no advertised amendment on clause 44. The question is, all those in favor that clause 44 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 44 stands part of the bill. Clause 45.
Regulations.
Regulations. Is there any advertised amendment?
No advertised amendment.
Well. Yes, let me hear Honorable Member for Kolikoti.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. On the issue of interpretation, for chronic disease, what we have here is the...
Honourable, we are dealing with 45.
45.
Not 46, 45.
Correct,
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a proposal and propose an amendment to clause 45, particularly in the light of the urgency of the bill. It says that the minister may, by legislative instrument, make regulations to provide for a number of things that, Mr. Speaker, I believe would give life to beneficiaries under this bill. So it will be appropriate if we have some timeline within which the minister will come, because of the urgency of the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I will propose that the rendition will be the minister may, by legislative instrument, within 12 months, upon coming into force of this bill, into this law, make regulations to provide for the following. That way, so that the minister may, so that people can easily, yes, so that there's enough time, because it's so important for the Subsidiary Legislation Committee to, yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Matiingdam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, D. The minister may, by legislative instrument, make regulations to provide D for the classification of chronic diseases for the purpose of this act. But if you look at the interpretation, chronic diseases have been defined. So I don't know if we are not conflicting, because the definition is different from classification. Okay.
Well. Honorable members, I'll put the question. Sasu's proposal, are you still standing by it? Well, then I'll put the question. Is it in relation, or is it the same as Sasu's?
Speaker, indeed, I intend to propose a further amendment to Honorable Sosu's amendment. Speaker, it should not even be made. The standard phrase that we've adopted in this House for this particular provision is that the minister shall. Please, check all the recent legislation. Speaker, the problem is that we have some enactments from this House that are about 20 years old, but the ministers have not come by regulations to give effect to them. So this House, within the last two parliaments, we have decided to give time frames to ministers within which to come by regulation to give effect to laws that we pass. And so we've adopted the minister shall, within 12 months, upon coming into effect of the law, will come by regulation. So it's not even may, he shall. Because this is a fund that we are setting up to deal with emergency situations. And we need a regulation. We need a regulation to give effect to the issues that we created.
Well.
So, Mr. Speaker,
and the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment? The proposed amendment that the minister shall, within 12 months. Is that not the case? Yes. All those in favor of that proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. No members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes. Is there any further amendment to the regulations?
That is so right, Honorable Speaker. Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, under 27 services, I made
27.
I'm referencing 27, where I made a proposal which would be reflective at 45, which has to do with the publication of information. So I'm making the proposal at 45. We can insert A to be the minister shall issue. The minister may, by legislative instrument, make regulations to provide A. No, whichever, A or F. Provide the public with information in respect of. So that is where.
So we are adding it to F.
That is so.
Provide information.
So to provide by legislative instrument, make regulations to provide information on the specialist. It has to do with the specialist packages available for. So the drafters can conclude that.
No. Are you clear with his proposed amendment? Yes. Yes. Let me listen to.
Mr. Speaker, I am not too comfortable, especially when the mood of the House is no, 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 no. But I'll urge upon the leader, the majority chief whip, to consider the shall and the may. And I'll propose that we use the may, because under this, once we say, I'm aware of us making sure that the minister would have to act within a duration of time, and proposal is 12 months. But Mr. Speaker, A, B, C, D, and E may not all come in one regulation. And the minister may choose to come with 1, 2, 3 regulations. The moment we make it shall, and it comes out with one regulation, then the minister may go to sleep thinking that he had done it all. But the regulation he may bring may cover A or B, or A, B, and C, or any of them. And that is why we don't have to use the shall. But the time frame is to guide him to make sure, especially when the minister is in a rush to pass this bill. I think he must be in a rush as well, to be in a hurry to come out with the regulations. So, Mr. Speaker, I would pray and urge upon the chief whip that we use may instead of shall. Thank you.
Well.
Speaker, we put the question on that provision. So let's do a second consideration, then we can look at these matters. So let's make progress.
Yes. Well. So we will come back very soon after we will come back to it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, much as I agree with the point that has been raised by Honorable Anyimedu, I think that having regard especially to clause 45C, especially for the forms to be used under this act, a little tardiness would mean that these forms would not be available. So I would, agree with the learned majority chief whip that we make it mandatory and not permissive, so that the minister is caught within a certain time frame to come to this house with the regulations, so that we'll give effect especially to 45C. Even if you are not doing any other provision, but 45C, the forms must be normally attached. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So it means you are going with the majority chief whip, what we've already adopted. Is that not the case? Well. Yes, I compliment him.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In respect of 45C, I would want to humbly pray that to make it more clear, it says the minister may, by legislative instrument, make regulations to provide for the C, for the forms to be used under this act. I would humbly suggest that if we bring for the forms to be used under this act, or for the forms to be used under section 26(2) under this act, so that it will bring clarity. Because if we say it for the forms to be used, we have provided for under 26(2), you have provided for that the person shall be in a prescribed form. So that form, at least it refers to it to bring clarity to it. Yes, so I'm proposing that we make it for the forms to be used as prescribed under 26(2) under this act, to bring clarity.
You want us to go back to 26(2)?
No, I'm looking at
So you're making
I'm
reference
looking at 45.
So I'm saying that we insert the 26 to make it clear. Well, honorable member, that is the proposal. But before then, let me put question on Honorable Isaac Boame's proposal that we should add one, that is F. Is that not the case? Yes, if you can put it so that we put the question on. And
so, Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing that the F should read, the minister may by legislative instrument make recommendations to provide F to the public with information in respect. Medium to provide to the public the make recommendations to provide the public with the medium of information in respect of 27. Do you understand it now?
honorable members, that is the proposal. Let me put the question. So we move on. All those in favor that
Speaker, instead of the F that is proposing, the E is the general proviso. So it should be E. Then the existing E now become the F. So it's a matter of ranking the provision. So the drafter will take note. Because he's proposing that it should be E. But if you read the provision as it is, E becomes the general proviso because it says an E, generally for the effective and efficient implementation of this act.
No, the point is the numbering is not a problem. The drafters would take care of it. But
yes, but just drawing
the content of his proposal, that's what I'm a bit...
Great.
Yes.
Great.
So, yeah, Shaibu.
Mr. Speaker, E is omnibus enough to cover the remaining stuff. So it says to provide, make regulations to provide generally for the effective and efficient implementation of this act. So it will cover the remaining stuff. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Sosu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, the Parent Act is indeed a source of law, and regulations give us the details of how the law be implemented. Mr. Speaker, indeed, regulations are in the form of administrative instructions, even though they are legal because they are made pursuant to the Constitution of Ghana, particularly Article 11. So, Mr. Speaker, the Parent Act must clearly state and identify what the Parent Act intends the regulation should provide for. And so, Mr. Speaker, if there is a provision that says that public information must be given, and we have not shown how it must be given, it is perfectly okay for the member to make the proposal that under the regulation provision, we can say that the regulation will also provide for the medium by which the public information will be provided. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the proposal.
Well, but I wanted the rendition well. The rendition was not coming up well.
So, Mr. Speaker, maybe the rendition may be maybe this way. Let me see whether I can. 27. So, Mr. Speaker, the rendition may go this way. The minister may, by legislative instrument within 12 calendar months of this regulation shall make regulations to provide, the provide is there, to provide the medium for the public, the medium of public, to provide the medium for public information in respect of Regulation 27.
Is that okay? Yes. Then the question is, all those in favor of that proposed amendment say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Honorable members, I think when you said the mandatory shall, Honorable Anymedu also came out. That's on 45.
Speaker, but that got defeated because if we take all the...
Well.
Yes, that got defeated.
So now let me put 45 as a whole. All those in favor? Yes, my brother.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I still come under 45. Speaker, having served on the Subsidiary Legislation Committee last Parliament, I have little idea how laborious it takes to prepare a regulations. Speaker, Clause 26 requires that if you want support, you have to complete a form. And this form, we are saying that we should wait for regulations to prescribe how the form should look like. Speaker, it means that if President Mahama signs this bill on Friday, Monday, if somebody wants a support, the person may have to wait. I want to propose that this form can be designed and attached to this act as a schedule, so that Clause 26 will only refer to the schedule, so that C can be taken off 45. Thank you, Speaker.
Well. Yes. Is that the position of the House?
Speaker, indeed, he has a very germane point that the forms that we are referencing will come by way of schedule. Speaker, let me give an example. When our own standing orders, when we were done, we had to design forms to be attached to the standing orders in the form of schedules. So the drafters can be mandated to, in consultation with the sponsors, design some forms that will come in the form of schedule to be attached to the bill as it's done. But it ought to have been done to be taken as part of consideration, so that whatever amendments there are, it would have gone through. But it is not belated; it can be done. It's not belated; it can be done.
So, honourable members, let me direct the drafters to quickly.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
But it's not you.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Yes, in as much as these forms, etc., is supposed to be picked up by regulations, the scheme can operate without it. I'm saying this because it's a referral system. It's a gatekeeping system. Once, and the owner of the patient is the specialist.
Speaker, we are saying that by regulation. So the minister can, by regulations, design those forms. It will still be referred. It will still be brought to this House, referred to subsidiary legislation for consideration and report. So it can be done. Speaker,
but normally, the form as we are talking about, which is normally prescribed as the schedule, is always attached to the bill. We approve it together. So, like today, we are approving this. After the regulation interpretation, we deal with the schedules so that it will be done once and for all. But as it stands now, we don't have the schedule here. So we will handle it as we move on. But for now, we don't have the schedule with us. So, honorable members, let me put the question. Honorable member for Yendi. Yes, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I was just going to say that instead of leaving it to the minister to come by way of regulations, why don't we say, for instance, in ways like this, an application under subsection 1 shall be in the prescribed form approved by the minister, so that even tomorrow, if the process starts, the minister can still design a form. No, it doesn't have to necessarily. If we want to leave it to the regulation, that's when the challenge that honorable member raises comes in handy. But if we say approved by the minister, whether it is by regulation or by any manner of approval, it suffices.
Speaker, for instance, if you take the Cyber Security Act, which is one of the recent legislations we passed, we mandated, we mandated the minister responsible for national security to come by regulations, and there were schedules that were to have been prepared like forms. We gave the minister the mandate to buy guidelines. So this house, the National Cyber Security Act, the guidelines that were enacted have a force of law. So they use the guidelines the regulations to prepare guidelines that came out with a lot of forms as to what to do and what not to do and all that. So we can, by similar legislation, say that they can use the regulations to design guidelines in the form of forms or whatever that will give effect to the implementation of the law. It's been done by this House, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think that's the sense of lawmaking. I think the Yendi member made a fantastic point. So far as we don't have the schedules attached with us, if the House can mandate the minister to design, as the case may be, for the House to also have a look at it and probably give the approval to it, then we can move on from there. Because as it stands now, we don't have it here, and we are almost done with the consideration. Anyway, let me put the 45. All those in favor that cross 45 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, cross 45 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Now, 46.
Interpretation.
Yes, Chairman.
No advertised amendments.
Yes, Honorable Zanato Ajiman Rawlings.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to proffer an amendment to the definition of chronic disease. I would like to suggest that we include autoimmune diseases. Autoimmune diseases.
Autoimmune.
Yes, as part of the chronic diseases.
Well. Yes.
Autoimmune diseases are basically a spectrum of diseases where the body doesn't recognize its cells anymore and it starts to fight itself. There are a lot of sufferers of autoimmune disease in Ghana. The cost of medications is extremely high. Many of them are within a socioeconomic class where they cannot afford the medication. So if we don't specifically mention them here, they may not be considered as part of 45D where it talks about the classification of chronic diseases for the purposes of the Act. So it's just to make sure that autoimmune is included.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the position of the House? And the question is, all those in favor? Oh, you have others. It's not done yet. Okay. Yes.
I would also like to include sickle cell disease to the list.
Sickle cell.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the new rendition would read, chronic disease means a condition that lasts for 1 year or more and requires ongoing medical attention or limits activities of daily living and are the result of a combination of genetic, physiological, environmental, and behavioral factors, including cardiovascular diseases such as heart attacks and stroke, and cancers, chronic respiratory diseases such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and asthma, and diabetes, and autoimmune diseases. It may give an example such as systemic lupus erythematosus and sickle cell disease.
Very well. Honorable members, are you going to speak to that? Honorable, no, yes, Dr. Sandari.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are together medically, but if you look at the clause, once it states include, it means there are so many other diseases that we can't list all. Okay. See, it's okay. So let's add it so that we make progress.
Have you finished? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm specifically mentioning autoimmune and sickle cell is because if we're going to talk in general, these are two groups of patients who really suffer a lot but are not recognized. And a lot of people go undiagnosed. And so if attention is brought to it, then it means that we can make sure that they are included and that they are seen as well. Thank you.
Very well. Yes. Honorable Ahmedu.
Mr. Speaker, I am not sure I'm very comfortable with the proposal that is made by my sister. And I expect the minister and the chair, especially when the chairman is the medical officer. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a doctor, but I know that the autoimmune diseases are not non-communicable disease. So the policy direction, the sickle cell is not NCDs. So what is the policy direction? The policy direction, and if you look at what is proposed, what is before us, we are making a law to cater for the NCDs. So if it is not, and my sister may want to, if it is not a non-communicable disease, why do you include it here? That's my difficulty. So if by way of policy, the minister would want to extend and do some changes, so be it. And the chairman must also help so that we know whether we are doing NCDs or we are doing other diseases. Thank you.
Now I've seen 1, 2, 3 medical doctors. All of them are. Let me finish with Honorable Zenato first.
Mr. Speaker, I think perhaps a little bit of clarification is needed. Non-communicable disease. Honorable Animadu, non-communicable disease says something that's not infectious, that people cannot catch. You cannot catch an autoimmune disease. You cannot catch sickle cell. It's genetic. It's environmental. And that falls within this spectrum. I'm only specifying those two because of the way they are neglected when it comes to healthcare in Ghana.
Very well. Anaba, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would impart support her and in part also support him, simply because if she's talking about we should ask sickle cells and then autoimmune, yes, they can lead to chronic ailment. Means that the definition says that a disease that has been lingering for more than a year and needs continuous medical support for management. Yes, sickle cells, autoimmune disease. Sickle cell is not the only genetic disease that we have that can linger for more than a year. Once we have genetic here, it will cover even including thalassemia, which also gives problems to people. So it will cover diabetes. In other words, the genetic is enough. We shouldn't mention specific disease. If the team that is going to classify the diseases into the array of diseases to be covered by the scheme, they will determine it. Depending on the prevalence in the country and the incidence levels and how people suffer to maintain themselves. There are people who may have it and don't need the trust. So let's allow the trust to come out with the classification of the diseases that they will use. But in essence, sickle cells is not the only genetic disease, and it is not the only one that will live for long in the patient. So we should allow the genetic to stay, so that all genetic diseases that are found to be debilitating people will be covered under this, or else we'll hype one and leave the rest. So to me, let's leave it at genetic. We can add the autoimmune, which is not covered, but the genetic, we should leave the sickle cell out and out autoimmune, because there are also several of them. Then the team that would do the classification would gather them, would put them together and give it to the trust. Yeah, that is what I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There shouldn't be any amendment to me, except to add autoimmune disease. Autoimmune disease.
Unique disease.
All right, okay, right.
Well.
Thank you.
So it means that one call for amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that there is likely going to be an interpretation problem. Yes. If we expand the meaning of chronic to include non-chronic diseases, use them generis, mosquito associes, we are going to have a challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, if you like, we can make it chronic and other acute diseases. If you say that, then you are likely to extend the meaning. But if you keep it this way, and this matter goes to court, Mr. Speaker, the judge is going to be urged on to interpret chronic to mean what is chronic, and what is non-chronic cannot be added to this one. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to be very careful. We are passing the law, but we don't interpret the law. At the very least, we have the tools of interpretation in our possession. So we should be able to apply it here and not go and embarrass ourselves when somebody takes us to court. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding of this bill, and consistently as it has been, is to provide Medicare for treatment of persons with chronic diseases. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the interpretation, Mr. Speaker, they have defined it in a manner that autoimmune, whether sickle cell disease, they have brought in a sort of definition, genetic. Mr. Speaker, if we go to ICD-10, 11 classification of diseases now, you realize that we have not missed, by virtue of what they have stated here, underlying causes of chronic diseases: genetic, physiological, environmental, behavioral, and others that they have brought. So to be able to state autoimmune, yes, autoimmune is absolutely familiar, genetic. Sickle cell disease, genetic. It is defined by genotypic expression, genetic. So Mr. Speaker, if we keep it as it is, we are safe to land. Extremely safe. And your ally will detail as our ally. So long as it's not Mahamake. So long as it's not Mahamake.
Well.
Yes, we'll take it.
Well.
Yes. So
Honorable, I'll give you the floor. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason behind my raising the issue on specifically autoimmune disease is the fact that currently lupus sufferers, their medications are not covered by the NHIS. Where are these people going to get the support to get these medications that they need for conditions that are lifelong, that a lot of them end up dying very young, and it affects mostly women? Mr. Speaker, I'm only bringing this to the attention of the House so that the people who have autoimmune diseases do not get forgotten yet again. Because if the case is that we are not going to be specific about it, then something should be done so that the NHIS covers the cost of their medications. So expensive. And most of these people are from vulnerable societies, vulnerable communities, and are in the lower socioeconomic group. Otherwise, we are leaving out a huge number of people who suffer from a disease, the cost of their medications, which are too high for them to manage. And many of them die because of lack of access to medical care, because they cannot afford this medication. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the reason I am harping on the inclusion of this particular word in this definition.
So, honorable members, the medical professionals, is it the case that hello, honorable members, is it the case that the bill as we have now is not capturing the specific disease it's captured? So if it is captured, then
right.
Honorable Senator, from yes, Chairman, let me hear you so that.
Okay. Right, Honorable Speaker. Yes, some are captured, but some are also like mixtures. When I say mixture, it's genetic with infection, an allergic component, etc. So what she's suggesting, SLE is a chronic disease, quite okay. But I think that she wants us to emphasize on that aspect because it is another set. After all, looking at the rendition, they are quoting stroke, cardiovascular disease, they could have quoted hypertension, they could have quoted diabetes, etc. But with what she's proposing, she wants a stress on that because I believe she believes that in the country we are not paying special attention to this group of disease. So we should state it to be emphatic, to be clear.
So as a chairman, what's your position?
I propose that we should add it.
Well. Then, Honorable, just give us a rendition, then we put the question. Honorable Senator, can you give us rendition as to how you want it to capture it then?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, given the fact that sickle cell is clearly a genetic disease, I will stand down my recommendation for that to be named specifically. However, the fact that autoimmune disease is not strictly genetic nor strictly environmental, I will include that there. So the rendition that I propose is chronic disease means a condition that lasts for 1 year or more and requires ongoing medical attention or limits activities of daily living and are the result of a combination of genetic, physiological, environmental, and behavioral factors, including cardiovascular diseases such as heart attacks and strokes, cancer, chronic respiratory diseases such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and asthma, and diabetes, and autoimmune diseases.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 46 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 46 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. What? Schedule. Yes, 47.
Consequential amendment.
Yes, Chairman.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no advertised amendment for this last clause.
All those in favor that for clause 47 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 47 stands part of the bill. Yes.
Speaker.
So we deal with the schedule.
No, Speaker, we've just taken you just put the question on the schedule, so it's been taken.
No, that was 47.
That was 47. Okay, let's deal with the schedule.
So, honorable members, is this schedule or schedule? Whichever way.
Consequential amendment.
Yes. Is there any amendment to it, Chairman?
Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no amendment to it.
And the question is, all those in favor that schedule, consequential amendment, stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. So now we turn to the long title.
An act to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund.
Yes. Mr. Speaker. Yes, have you read the long title?
No, Speaker. May I, Speaker, pray that we do a brief second consideration in respect of clause 38. Speaker, clause 38. Speaker, it's very important because the amendment we carried will take away institutions that we have by law established, this House. Because the amendment we carried is to the effect that an organization qualifies to apply for registration as a third-party administrator if the organization is registered under the Companies Act, 2019, Act 992. Speaker, our regional hospitals and teaching hospitals have been set up by an act of parliament. So it means that they'll be taken out of this. They cannot be a third-party administrator. And I think that we should add a provision which is to the effect that all established by an act of parliament, so that institutions that we have set up by an act of parliament can be covered.
Very well.
I thank you for the opportunity.
So that is a proposed amendment on second consideration on clause 38. Honorable Dafiamapo, have you looked at the definition for a third party? That is page 23. A third party means an organization or an agency that has been contracted by a fund to provide operational services. going through the the definition, do you still hold on to your amendment?
Speaker, what does it say? Third-party administrator. What does it say? It says that it means an organization or an agency that has been contracted by the fund to provide operational services such as claims, vetting and processing, patient navigation, benefits, management, and monitoring. And it is. No, we are saying that by this definition, the fund cannot contract third parties that are established by an act of parliament. That's all we are saying. That is all we are saying. You are saying that they can only contract entities established under the Companies Act. So entities that we have established to operate within the health sector, they cannot contract them. No, so yes, so it's a problem.
Anyway, his proposal is before the House.
Mr. Speaker, I support the proposal.
Come again?
I support the proposal.
You support the motion?
Yeah, that we include.
Very well. So I'll put the question. Yes. All those in favor?
The proposal is that clause 38, I believe, should read qualification as third-party administrator. An organization qualifies to apply for registration as a third-party administrator if the organization is registered under the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, or established by an act of parliament. My amendment is to include all entities established by this House. Because our teacher.
Is that the position of the House?
Mr. Speaker, what is the mischief? Mr. Speaker, what is the mischief we intend to cure here? Because third-party administrator has been defined. It means an organization or an agency that has been contracted by the fund to provide operational services such as claims, vetting and processing, patient navigation, benefits management, and monitoring and evaluation of services. Now, what kind of company do you anticipate that has been established by this House that will come under the class of organizations that we are seeing as third parties? Maybe you should help us. You should help us.
Speaker, clause 38 as it is, as carried by this House, is taking away entities that we have established by an enactment that are playing a role in the health sector. And that we are saying by this new legislation, the fund cannot even contract them to be third-party administrators. And I don't think we can do that. That is why I'm saying that third-party administrator should.
So, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, like the teaching hospitals,
so
we set them up
So, Honorable Dafiamapo, let me find out.
Yes.
Apart from few institutions, few hospitals that are established by an act of parliament, there are numerous of them that are not. So even the cure that you want to prefer is only limited to few of the institutions, teaching hospitals and few other hospitals.
Speaker,
CHIP compound, no, other hospitals in your constituency, it doesn't cover.
Speaker, the teaching hospitals are major health institutions. The teaching hospitals are such a major health institutions that we cannot, by this House, enact any law and take away their role. We cannot. We as a House.
Anyway, honourable members, his proposal is before the House. Yes, Honourable Boama.
Mr. Speaker, so guided under 37. Yeah, I know 38, but guided by 37.2. Guided by 37.2, for the purpose of subsection 1, a third-party administrator includes the following organizations: relevant public sector organizations. Doesn't that reflect what you are saying.
Speaker, exactly my point. So what would you in 38? What would you in 38 say that an organization qualifies to apply for registration as a third party if it only if it's established
give the
under
rendition
a
and let's
proposal?
put the question.
Yes, I've done the rendition, Mr. Speaker.
Consider using another phraseology. An organization qualifies to apply for registration as a third-party administrator if the organization is registered, is a body corporate. It's a registered body corporate. Now, those established by law, those that have been established under the Companies Act, they're all body corporates. Then maybe we can have an omnibus one like that. I think that this proposal should fly instead of having the Companies Act.
Well, that's also a counter proposal. So, which is which?
Speaker, I think that the second amendment takes care of my concern. So once we use body corporate, it means those incorporated under the Companies Act as well as those set up by an enactment. So,
very well. So
I support the present amendment.
So let's have the. Speak to the mic.
Because you are not giving me the chance. Mr. Speaker, when we say body corporate, it's a different thing altogether. If you say body corporate, it will take away institutions that are limited by guarantee. Limited by guarantees.
Let's go back to that.
So
Let's go back to what is proposed and move on.
So, leader. So redo your rendition. No, redo your rendition and then we can support you.
Honorable members, let's finish up.
Speaker, my rendition simply is to the effect that after 2019 Act 992, we add or established by an act of parliament, because it's the entity have all been provided in the provision, so or established by an act of parliament.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 38 in the second consideration say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 38 in the second consideration is carried. So, long title.
An act to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund to mobilize resources to finance and support the provision of specialized medical care for the treatment of persons with chronic diseases, to provide for the management of the fund and for related matters.
Honorable members, the long title has been read to us. All those in favor that the long title stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The long title stands part of the bill. Honorable members, we bring to an end the consideration. Yes. Honorable Minister for Health, kindly do us the honors by taking the motion 25.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that motion item I-25 be taken. Thank you.
Yes, the motion has been moved. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, leader, let's finish and go.
Speaker, may you please sit down. Order 1724. A motion for third reading of a bill shall not be made on the same day as the second reading, except as provided for in Order 1160. Speaker, with respect to the minister, nobody is stopping this. Nobody is stopping. We are going to get it passed. But let's respect the orders. Let's respect the orders.
Leader.
No, Speaker, we respect.
I share your view. I share your view.
If we take the third reading tomorrow, what will happen? But that is a requirement of the orders.
Leader.
Huh?
Leader.
Speaker,
that is why before we took the bill, we discussed the need to take it under the certificate of urgency. So once the House agreed on that, there are so many. Leader,
Speaker, he should proceed.
Yes.
He should proceed. Let him proceed.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, please second the motion for me. Oh, we have seconded the motion.
It's been moved and seconded.
Well.
It's been done already. And we call the motion number 25.
Honorable members, the motion listed as 25 in today's order paper, page 13 specifically, has been moved and seconded. The question is, all those in favor that the motion is adopted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion listed 25 is hereby adopted.
An act to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund to mobilize resources to finance and support the provision of specialized medical care for the treatment of persons with chronic diseases, to provide for the management of the fund and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund Bill 2025 is now read the third time and pass. Yes, leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I wanted us to turn our attention to Addendum 2. Addendum 2.
Honorable members, we are going to constitute the House.
To lay the papers. Foreign affairs.
Honorable members, please. We are going to constitute the House into, is it a committee of the whole or? I'm coming. But before then, kindly help me to let these papers laid. Then afterwards, we constitute the House into a joint caucus. Very well. Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so we are looking at the addendum 2 for some papers to be laid by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as is not here. I wanted to plead with you to ask the Health Minister to do it on his behalf. Thank you.
But the Deputy Finance Minister is there. Yeah? Oh, okay. Yes.
Speaker, may I invite you to Order 96. Order 96. And Speaker, I'm relying on the combined effect of Order 96, 97, and Speaker, I am particularly relying on Order 97.3. I have no issues with his application for a minister to do the laying. However, if you read Order 97.3, it says, Speaker, with your leave, a short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting the paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. 4 says, where the person presenting the paper is unable to comply with the request under Rule 3, the paper is considered not to have been laid. Speaker, I humbly request that the minister who has been asked to present the paper instead of the foreign minister should give a short explanatory note on each of the papers. So I so request, Speaker.
Yes. Honorable members, the member is standing on Order 97.3 that laying papers should be accompanied by at least short explanation to the House and by extension to the country. So we will allow a minister to lay it, but at least we need to get a brief of explanation. Yes.
Speaker, my brother, the Chief Whip, the other side is raising issues under 97.3. Mr. Speaker, but let's read 97.2. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, 97.2 is the effect that if so desired by the person presenting a paper, if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by the person upon the presentation of the paper. Now, if you invoke 3, which is to the effect that a short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. Speaker, if I am the one presenting the paper, if I'm desirous, I'll give a short explanatory memorandum. So, Mr. Speaker, if my brother wants to invoke some of these orders, we'll take cover under 97.2. If I'm not desirous, So, Mr. Speaker, in any case, the Minister for Health is capable and able and desirous of offering the short explanatory memorandum. So, let's allow him. He's the one presenting the paper.
Honorable Dafiamapo, your interpretation is a bit of a suspect, but just allow the Deputy Minister, if he's so desirous, Minister for Health, if he's so desirous, honorable members, I'm saying that because he himself said he's so desirous. That's what I'm just saying. So, Honorable Minister, please give small explanation to.
What? No, I'm not saying anything. Speaker, with respect.
Leader,
if I may.
I'm yielding to your request.
Yes.
I'm asking him to give small explanation to
Speaker,
it.
it is mandatory upon a member's request. It is mandatory. 97.3.
Honorable, we are on the same page. It's mandatory according to you. But he said he's desirous to do that. That's why I also said that. So, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the papers to be laid under I, and III are with respect to people holding diplomatic passport and service passport for their visas to be waived under the countries listed on the other paper. I thank you for the opportunity.
What about IV, VVI, VII?
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, IV, VII, and VIII are all part of these countries that are willing and ready to grant visa waivers. Thank you.
Very well. So lay it now.
Speaker, with respect, my colleague tried to provide an omnibus explanation for all the papers, but that is not correct. Speaker, VI, host country agreement for the establishment of a branch office of AGRA in Accra. How can you say this is about bilateral agreement and visa waiver agreement? Speaker, that is not tenable. That is not tenable. Speaker, he should profess better reasons. That is wrong.
Yeah.
Speaker, I put it to him that he has failed to present the reasons.
Leader, that is wrong, but the explanation satisfies me. So, honorable, let's.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm saying your
my
explanation.
honorable colleague is drawing my attention to is being done as a result of ratification of what I've earlier on stated, of all these protocols. So this, what I've said, is giving birth to what he's raising. Mr. Speaker, Mabinho.
It's a honorable Akando. You can read from his face that this bill that has he's so happy that the bill has been passed. Honorable Akando, please.
Bilateral agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica for the waiver of visa requirements for holders of diplomatic, service, and ordinary passports. Bilateral agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the government of the Republic of Colombia for the waiver of visa requirements for holders of diplomatic, official, and service passports. Bilateral agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the government of the Republic of Mozambique, Colombia, for the waiver of visa requirements for holders of diplomatic and service passports. Bilateral agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the government of the Republic of Colombia for the waiver of visa requirements for holders of diplomatic, official, and service passports. Bilateral agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the government of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe for the waiver of visa requirements for holders of diplomatic, service, and ordinary passports. Host country agreements for the establishment of a branch office of AGRA in Accra, Ghana. United Nations Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, New York, 2017.
Honourable members, the papers laid in I, IV, V are represented and fully presented to the House. They are referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs to consider and report back to the House. When it comes to VI, committees on foreign affairs as well as Committee on Agric should look into it and refer back to the House. And that of VII, Committee on Foreign Affairs as well as Committee on Defense and Interior, and that of
respect. VI. Because VI is
AGRA,
a host agreement. So, respect, it should go to the Foreign Affairs Committee, same as VII.
No, I'm saying it's going to Foreign Affairs Committee together with Agri Committee, because AGRA deals with a bit of agriculture. Come again.
Speaker, it's actually the host agreement. It's a host agreement. And Speaker, with respect, it should be going to the Foreign Affairs Committee instead.
What about the VII?
At your pleasure, you may add the leadership of the Agri Committee, but not the entire committee.
Very well. So the VI, I'll add the leadership of Agri Committee to the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and VII, I'll add the Committee on Defense and Interior to the Foreign Affairs to look at that. I so direct. Yes, I think we will constitute the House into joint committee. Well, critical. You have to. Joint caucus, rather. So.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
So, honourable members, indulge me to constitute the House into joint caucus.
Close sitting. Close sitting.
Close sitting, joint, this caucus, so joint caucus, whereby we can exclude the media and those kind of things, and for us to. Yeah, what did you want to say?
Mr. Speaker, I come under 97. And with your indulgence, I want to read, Mr. Speaker, although the papers have been laid, whenever sufficient copies of the papers have been received in the office of the clerk for distribution to members, notice of the presentation of the hard paper may be placed on the other paper. And when the Speaker announces presentation of papers, the person laying the paper shall rise and bow to the chair, and the clerk shall read the title of the paper, and the paper shall be considered to have been laid on the table. As we speak now, Mr. Speaker, we don't have copies.
We don't have
copies.
Numbers.
Copies of what has been laid.
Oh, haven't you been given a copy of the?
We have not been given. Which screen?
Go through the screen.
Which screen? It's not there. It's not on the screen.
The actual document.
It's not on the screen, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honourable member, it is now that has been laid. That is when they'll give you the copy. Don't worry. They'll give you the copy. They'll give you the copy. So, honorable members, please, we will constitute the House into joint caucus.
Clear the gallery.